happy times. Happy times all the way around. I've had just an increasingly pleasant day, and I was noting as I was watching some shows that I was watching after Rachel went to bed that, oh my god, I remember this. This is how I used to feel a long time ago when I'd be, you know, up either because I was on speed or because I just, because I'd been off of it long enough, one of those two things. When I get off of it long enough, my sleep patterns get really irregular. But regardless, you know, happy drug use, happy life, and I haven't felt like good on Adderall like I did today, and I don't know how long. Not, it's been a long ass time. Hello. In order for me to read your chats, I'm going to need to do this other thing up here. So let me just do that before I continue on my important monologue. Oh, yes. Of course it's important. It's my monologue. Okay? So, yes, it's critically important. It's the most important thing in this whole live stream. Oh, Jock Anime. What a delight. Um, I am feeling trimmed and I'm looking snazzy because Rachel bought me this shirt. When Rachel buys me things, um, it's I look good. Yeah, she also bought me this hat which I was wearing earlier. Rachel's got excellent taste. The worst thing is she can tell when she can tell when I'm not that impressed with her outfit. Like I I when I direct my attention to the matter, I have excellent taste in things, including fashion and stuff. That doesn't mean I display it, but I, as as a judging of other people's fashion sense or what looks good or something, like I didn't think that this sweater dress combo she had was working today. She had on a black. Well, I love the cat. And I think she already knew that it was a failed endeavor because what she had done is she had taken two black things that looked a little bit different shade of black, kind of, or even not this different shade, had like different textures, and and then the top part, which was a sweater, instead of letting it be a full regular length sweater, it she folded it up so it was like a half sweater, so that it marked like her waistline or something, right? But I didn't think the whole thing really worked that well, and I found myself mentioning her outfit before I stopped myself, and then at that point I just had to be like, I could have just told her the truth. Rachel, I got some bad news for you. This is my opinion only, but I don't think that outfit works very well. She could probably tell it was my opinion. I'm not very good at hiding shit like that. I'll tell her about it tomorrow. Or maybe she might even be up still watching this or listening to it. I don't know. Sometimes she surprises me with it's not that late, it's only 10:30. So she might still be up. Anyway. But that's not what I was talking about to begin with. Is an ENFJ a good match for an ESTP? Hmm. What's their what's their intertype relation? I think Rachel was trying in that instance to make two things that she purchased work together because she wanted to make sure she didn't have things that she didn't actually like. And she had just done a bunch of returning of things. And so, that's my theory about it. Anyway, semi-duals? No. Then I would say no. There's, that's not. They're not semi-duals because my semi-dual is ISTJ, and it's the same perceiving pair but the opposite judging pair. So ESTPs, they're in the same quadra as ENFJs, so they're quadramates. Quadramates, the best relationship between the two within quadramates is duality. They're probably activity partners. Yeah, or activity partners. That's not a bad relationship. Activity partners doesn't make for a terrible relationship as long as you both have the same goals and understandings of why you're in the relationship. And I was married to, I was with an ESFJ, which is my activity partner, for like 14 years or something. And it was fine enough relationship, I guess. It's like we treated each other decently, by and large. There was some unhealthy shit going on, like I was drunk for a large part of the time, and she was a controlling bitch. But besides that, um, she is so catty too. Oh my god, that woman is so catty. If I were Candace, don't mean to be talking shit. Yeah, Jark Anime continue to hit on identifying markers. This thing I talked with Rachel about before. I already, you know, pretty close. Not right at the beginning, but pretty close. I already figured it out. So I don't know why you bother trying. Anyway, um, hey Rachel, did you just come in now? Because you missed a part that you would have been captivated by, but possibly distressed by as well. Earlier, I was talking. That's not logic. The thing that you're calling logic. you, that's just TE nonsense. Okay. Um. Why am I happy? Oh yeah. Anyway. Okay, Chuck Anime, just shut up. Go away. I'm done with you. Okay. You are, I, I don't normally say it out loud, but in your various manifestations, you're not fooling me. Okay? So just goodbye. I'll put you on timeout and hopefully you'll be quieter. Oh yeah, I mean, I think I have a lot of good things to say about relationships, how they should be, and what conducting oneself in a healthy way in a relationship looks like, and what conducting oneself in an unhealthy way in a relationship looks like. Um, yeah, when to leave a relationship. I mean, that was a hard decision for me to come to. I mean, it was easy once I came to it, but it was a long battle because being a being somebody who's in a who knows what a good relationship is, who knows what it means to be authentically can, invested into the thing, like trying to make it work, not trying to get out of it, right? I have my boat analogy that look, there's a boat here. You were once we made a decision to get in the boat, there should be nobody ever climbing out of the boat, right? We're committed. We're in this boat. So if if your partner keeps getting out of the boat or threatening to get out of the boat, uh, and saying like, you know what, never mind, I'm gonna go swim ashore, then they're not worth having as a partner, and you can't put up with that for very long. You know, it's holding you emotional hostage. So the boat analogy is what carries me into a long relationship with somebody I shouldn't be in a relationship with at all, because I'm committed to making, once I'm entering into the relationship with you, I'm expecting this to last forever. I expect this to be my last relationship. I don't want to play find another partner, right? So of course the problem with that approach is if you're with totally the wrong person because you've got your F high polar and and you and also you're like SI knowing, so you don't believe anything until you experience it. Oh yeah, she's clearly borderline personality disorder, but I can fix it. I'm sure I can fix it. I'm Eric. I can fix anything with my words. Oh my God, but that woman would not listen to me. She would not listen to a word I said. She would literally like put her fingers in her ears to avoid hearing what I'm telling her, no matter how I approach saying it. It was crazy. But anyway, so the thing you would have been very interested in but didn't get to hear about, Rachel, was I was critiquing your outfit you were wearing earlier. The one with the black sweater and the other black thing. And I was thinking that that was probably you trying to make work something you wished you had returned. My intuition on the matter when we were returning things. Because I had here's my critique of it, Rachel. Like, first of all, the blacks were like, maybe they were the same color, or maybe they were slightly different shade, but they were different textures. So they looked like they didn't really get that much go together. And then the thing where you folded up the sweater halfway, I guess you were trying to define your waistline, where it landed or whatever, but it just made it look like, what's wrong with that sweater? I'm sorry that this is hurtful or bad news to you. You probably intuited at the time that I wasn't that impressed with the outfit. Note that this came on the heels of people saying, "Hey, you look good." I go, "Of course I look good. I'm wearing shit Rachel bought for me. You know, she's got fantastic taste. I'm wearing Rachel bought shit. I look great. This shirt's fantastic. It's super comfortable too. It's like perfect for the woods. Hey, butthole kitty, don't show your kitty butthole on TV. That'll get you in trouble with the network." You don't want to get in trouble with the network, do you? Then we won't have any sponsors. Okay. Are you offended that I'm critiquing that outfit and didn't think much of it? Or are you wondering why your husband's so into passion? That might be another thing you might consider, is wondering why your husband's so into fashion. Because I mean, the thing is, it's normal for you to look spectacularly sharp, especially if we're going anywhere. You always look fantastic, but understatedly so too. You're not looking like you're trying to be flashy. You're not looking like the LSU coach, the LSU women's team. That lady. If you want to see a fantastic shirt, Google LSU women's basketball coach. I think it was the Elite Eight game. Might have been the Sweet 16 game. She was wearing this crazy ass shirt. Like, it's the craziest shirt you could ever imagine anybody wearing. And she's wearing it as the coach of this team. It's in like the biggest game of their school's history, And they won too. That's balls bigger than mine. I would not dare to wear a standout shirt at a big tournament or something like that to draw attention to me as the coach. It would seem like that's too big of a gamble. I'm not that pimping, I guess. Paid off for her. I guess if it's her style all the time. See, it's not like I watch enough LSU women's college basketball to know if that's how she normally dresses or not. So why am I happy? I it's just I realized it partially, like earlier today a little bit, but I really felt it when um, Rachel went to bed and I started watching these different TV shows. I was watching Drunk History, actually. I think it was all episodes of Drunk History. And I was just really enjoying them. And like, they were making me cry too. Like, I was watching these like civil rights stories and stuff. Like those 9 kids who integrated that school. That's a crazy story, man. That's impressive. Those kids are badass. They're like, we're gonna go do this shit. We're the 9 of us. We're gonna go do this. We're gonna integrate the school. We're gonna be those nine black kids who who put up with all this abuse every day at school for a whole year. Um, I really liked the lady they had to do that episode too. I didn't like her at first, and I didn't like her in general, but I liked the way she told that story. The way she had all the angry white mob saying things like, "We don't like you, and you're not okay with us because you're black." It was funny. It was like, in reality, so much worse than that. Anyway, that was a really inspiring story. And also, the drunk history aside about this. What's her name? Her name was Bessie something. She said before the end of her life she deemed herself Queen Bess. She was a black chick from somewhere who decided like in in 1900 or something, maybe even a little before that, I don't know, around then, that she was gonna go to pilot school and become a pilot. But she had the money saved up to go to pilot school and everything, but no pilot school in America would accept her. And so she talked to one day she was in this shop where she worked, and the guy who came in was the publisher of the black newspaper that she read. And she told him about how she couldn't go, she wanted to find a flight school that would take her. And he said, well, you go to France to do that. If you go do this, I'll even pay for your trip to France, your passage to France, and your tuition for the school, and I'll write about it in the paper. and and she did it, and it's like during a time period when people were dying left and right, just trying to fly up into the air and stuff. Um, and she successfully pulled out. And then she came back to the United States and tried to become a commercial airline pilot. And of course, New York's like, no, you're great and everything. You went to the best flight school in Europe and you're famous here, but you still can't be an airline pilot. And she's like, what the fuck, you know? And so then she goes, this is a New York person. Then she goes to decide to go to try to become an airline pilot in Florida for some reason. Of course, they're like, no, you can't do it here. So she's like, fuck it, I'll become a stunt pilot. And she was a stunt pilot and did like air shows and shit. And then she died during an air show when she was 36 years old. That chick was badass though. It's like, talk about ESFP hero. It's very Naruto-esque. Like, Naruto, you can't do this. Yes, I can. I can do this. And I will. It's fantastic. How do I engage with my feelings? Frequently, actually. I engage with my feelings frequently. I noticed tonight that I was happy and really enjoying watching the shows, and that I wanted to talk about them. Like, this is something I haven't felt like really in a long time, where I'm just happy and interested in what I'm doing, and also then want to talk about it. It reminds me of how I felt like, I don't know, 9 months ago, a year ago or something, more regularly than and then I sort of became overwhelmed with concerns and other things that prevented me from experiencing that kind of pleasant, free happiness of doing what I want to do and enjoying it, you know? What's this person's name that you were just talking about? Oh, it's her name was Queen Bess. I don't remember her last name, but she called herself Queen Bess, and she was uh, the first woman to get a pilot's license from this French aviation school. And she's also the first black woman to do so, but the fact that she was a black woman who insisted on becoming a pilot and actually made it happen in a time when it was impossible, and just continue to say fuck you to everybody is just so just inspiring, you know. I like that shit. I'm a big believer in individuals. Individuals doing what they want. Bessie Coleman? Maybe. Maybe that was her last name. But regardless, they said that the black pilots will fly over her grave once a year, which is pretty stirring stuff, you know. Yeah, that was one of the things I watched. I watched some funny drunk histories. Uh, there's also the one about, oh right, the first black guy in Major League Baseball was not Jackie Robinson. It was like 60 years earlier than that. There's this guy who played for like the something Blue Stockings or something like that, and he was a catcher, and he was a catcher during the days when catchers didn't have mitts. They just caught it with their bare hands. So anyway, um, he played in the major leagues for a while, but when he went down to play the Richmond somethings, and they said if you try to play him, we're gonna have 70 men there to beat him up. So they're like, okay, well you don't play today, and then he he went up to Chicago and he played a game there, but then there was over the objections of their manager or whatever, and the next time they came to play there, they said, no, you can't play here, and then finally, Kennesaw Mountain Landis, long-term commissioner of baseball, said, you know what? This is causing too much of a problem. No more black people. And then it was another 60 years till Jackie Robinson. But everybody remembers Jackie Robinson, but everybody remembers that first guy. I don't even remember his name. So, and just watched the thing about him. Well, I remember he went to Oberlin Law School before he quit that to be a baseball player. And I guess he went back to law school after he got kicked out of baseball. Probably the Negro Leagues may have really, I guess. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't know what time it was in terms of relation to that. It was like 1887 or something. So I don't know when the Negro Leagues started. He didn't seem to have come from the Negro Leagues at all, though. So I don't know. They didn't go that much into detail of the story. But I'd imagine that the Negro Leagues really began to thrive in the aftermath of Kennesaw Mountain Landis's decision to exclude black people. Because then they knew, okay, well, we're not going to be allowed to play in baseball. And so, they just figured we could just focus on our own leagues now. Maybe. This is just speculation on my part. I don't know. I'm just speculating about the Negro Leagues. They were, in fact, a little before my time. When I was a child, I didn't grow up watching the Negro Leagues live. Now, many of you may have thought I did. I don't know why I bothered to plug this in, and then I'm going right back outside for a cigarette. I should just. Remember that I started this thing with 100%. My phone doesn't go down that fast. I don't need to be quite so OCD about plugging it in. How do you engage with my feelings? You think your relationship with Rachel has something to do with you being so happy right now? Well, I mean, it's an indispensable part of it. But I'm naturally a happy person, and I haven't been for about a year or longer. Nothing to do with my relationship with Rachel, having to do with other external factors with my parents and stuff, right? Just the the last few months before my dad killed himself were pretty brutal months just on their own. So I mean, obviously, Rachel, Rachel and I are a pair, a team. We're a couple for life. Obviously, we're not going anywhere, and it's all good between us, as it always has been. All good, even during the worst times. It's always been all good with us, except at the very beginning, where we didn't know that we could trust each other yet, and where things were, and when Rachel was had yet to be correctly treated for um, bipolar mania. But yeah, I am feeling better. Why is it so grainy? Bad internets? Oh, I know why it's so grainy. Let me. Because I got my Google Photos to back shit up. Um, oh, that's fine, Cookie. It's fine. I assume it's common. I did the whole. I had the whole experience of my dad killing himself and my mom dying some months later. I had it all very publicly on YouTube, much of which I deleted because it was just I was just an embarrassment. But I don't hold myself especially responsible for that. Like, I was a mess. I had plenty of reasons to be a mess, and the ways in which I acted out were were ways that were like poor choice of poor choice of words, saying the wrong things, you know, being disrespectful in certain ways about my dad and about other things or whatever. Just being very volatile, flying off the handle about stuff. But I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't, I wasn't violent or anything like that. So it was it was an acceptable range of behavior for somebody who'd just undergone the most dramatic shock of his life. I never experienced anything quite so shocking as as watching my father's death rattle before my very eyes as the blood pools on the ground from the back of his head. That was crazy. You know, that was crazy. You you're sitting in the back house one moment, you hear this bang. Rachel and I both come outside and we look at each other. What the fuck was that? And I see my dad's feet sticking out from the side yard, like the legs of the Wicked Witch of the West. Oh my god, that was it was nuts. It was nuts. And Rachel, I didn't even know he had shot himself. We thought he'd fallen over and hit his head. We didn't we didn't put two and two together. Anyway, it's fine. It's not a bad thing for me. I'm glad I had the experience. For me, it was a vivid sensory actual experience that almost nobody gets to have. And um, I don't find that I didn't find it then even traumatizing. What I found was traumatizing was the fact that he killed himself. Because we didn't think at first we thought at first he had fallen. The death and the blood and the whatever, that's just part of life. And my dad was very old, and you know he was not long for this world no matter what, right? But the thing that made it shocking ultimately to me was when we learned that he had killed himself. It became a whole different experience than an accidental fall of death would have been. Vastly different. So, but the actual experience of him bleeding out in front of me and stuff, when I was having that experience, I did not know that he had killed himself. I thought that he had fallen down and hit his head. So I didn't find it. I didn't find it in the moment that traumatic exactly. I found it like, oh shit, everything's going to be different now. But then when it turned out that he shot himself, it changed the narrative 100 like every degree imaginable. It made it into a whole different ballgame. And it probably shouldn't have, because as I reflected on it, he gave me plenty of heads up that this was going to happen. I just refused to listen to him. Oh, he gave me heads up that this was going to happen for years and years and years. This is how he was going to go out. This was self determination, you know? He already knew he was not going to be in any kind of hospital bed wasting away like my mom. He was not going to end up like my mom. He was determined under no circumstances. And when he tested himself for like capacity to do things he still liked to do before he and determined he didn't have the capacity to do any of these things before he decided to kill himself. I mean, he had it planned anyway, I think, for that month, but he upped it a week. This was all part of his plans. His plans were to leave for me and Delilah as much money as possible. And he was bitterly terrified of expenditures cutting into that amount that he was going to leave behind for us. So much so that even though he didn't care how broke I was, I was broke as fuck living there. We were scraping by. He didn't give a fuck. He wouldn't, that's my problem. And it's true, it was. He won all the arguments. But anyway, his main concern was he didn't want him or my mom costing the estate money. And he was very concerned about my mom persisting after the long-term care insurance covered her costs and stuff. So like when he started getting at one point to he's no longer profiting each month from his pension minus expenses, but instead was in the red for a month or two, like, oh my god, freak out. Happiness, not just happiness is a positive cash flow for my dad. The only acceptable world is a positive cash flow. You accumulate this wealth for the purposes of leaving it behind for your loved ones after you die. Now, this might sound crazy. It sounds crazy to me, but that's anti-polar for you. And so he wasn't going to cost the estate a dime in hospital bills. He was sure of that. But he confessed to me towards the end of his life that he was terrified of hospitals, which is not something I'd ever heard him say. He was terrified of anything before. My dad was tough as they come. I mean, he didn't have weakness. But he has a very weak son. You know, compared to him, I'm weak as fuck. I'm just soft and weak and undisciplined. And should have gone into the military where I learned how to be a man properly, you know. But fortunately, we live in a different age now where you can be a man without without being like my dad. You know. Yeah, this was all he had planned this for a long time. I he told Rachel, in fact, one night at dinner that he was going to kill himself eventually. And she's like, "Oh, you don't mean that?" And he's like, "Yes, I do." This was when I was in the kitchen, I guess. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't hurt talking. It doesn't hurt me at all. It doesn't feel sad to me anymore. It feels like this crazy shit that happened. Um, it's like it's also part of me reclaiming my dad's narrative for him from me. I spent a lot of time trashing his narrative because I was mad at him. And I'm ready to start reclaiming that narrative. He was a great man who did a lot of great things, including making all of my life possible right now. Now, granted, the family estate has a lot to do with my grandmother on my mother's side as well. She was the only child of my grandmother who was the first woman pharmacist in Arizona, and who had a thriving drugstore there and then in Pasadena as well, and who was a smart investor as well. She invested a lot in one investment that she invested a lot in that didn't pay off at all was silver, but she also bought plenty of gold, palladium before anybody even dreamed of buying palladium, which is now like at $2,000 an ounce. We still have some of that precious metal from my grandmother in the safety deposit boxes. Um, got a huge piece of tanzanite, authentic tanzanite that it's semi-precious, but it's a big ass, big ass stone. Today you learned that a door can be a jar, but can a jar be a door? Is it subject to the commutative property? That's what I want to know. Because I only like things that commute at least 1 hour each way from home to work. Boy, that last trip to LA we made, it just drove home again how much happier and better off we are up here than we were in LA. The traffic down there is just horrible. We had traffic on Sunday night leaving LA to try to come back up here. And then as soon as we get past Oakhurst, it's empty. Like we saw, there was one car behind me. It was like, hurry up, Eric. Even though I was going pretty fast, coming up the what is that? The 41 into Mariposa, out of Madera County. And once I turned onto Triangle Road, I didn't see a single car for like the next 10 miles. I ended up back to our house. Not one car on the road. It's like in LA, I gotta stop because I didn't I didn't manage to make this light. So I was in the line back here and fuck. I didn't make this light. I gotta wait a second time now. Up here, on the way out of here, we had to wait for wild turkeys to cross the road in front of us, with the male being a crossing guard with his feathers up in like, you can't drive here yet. My ladies are passing by. And he waited till all the ladies cross the street, and it's like, all right, go ahead. It was so cool, right? I would much rather wait for that any day of the week than I would wait to get out of the mall parking lot. Oh, the mall was a madhouse. Oh my God. The Arcadia Mall has got to be one of the most successful malls in the United States because it was jam packed and it's full of these like stupid expensive stores like Swarovski. You know about that store Swarovski? It's like they sell crystal things. Like, this is a crystal vase by Swarovski. It costs $500. It's just like a glass vase. Or Michael Kors, where they have these horrible big ass purses that look like they're made like this thing. I should just turn the camera. It would be easier than carrying that whole thing over your tummy. Alright, the other thing has got this like pattern on it. Well, that's what these Michael Kors purses look like. They're like woven like a fish basket or something. They look dumb. They're super huge too. And there's this big picture of this Asian lady going like, "This is my purse." It looks so dumb. Right next door to that one though, or relatively next door, is Kate Spade. Her bags are much better looking bags than Michael Kors bags. I would tell you that. It's like if I were gonna just randomly go buy a stupid expensive present for Rachel, I would be probably buy a Kate Spade bag for her or something. Whereas I would not burden her with a Michael Kors bag. I wouldn't want to be seen with her carrying one of those big ass red fucking Michael Kors bags. Oh my god. Okay, all right. Look, the thing is, this is my options here. I've only really got, I think, one option really, which is I can end this stream, then I could fix my Google Photos thing and then start streaming again. I think that's really the only option I have. I don't know how to even make my phone go back to regular phone stuff from this, like without ending it. The only way to go back to the regular phone is to push X on this, I think. Or if there is another way, I don't know what it is. I asked them to describe two scenarios which both consist of significantly polarized predictions. on the emotional and sensory experiences during and leading up to, and a way to signify which. Can you express that in fewer words? Okay. Well, then I'm not going to restart because you guys say, nah, don't bother. What I am going to do is restart going outside and smoking a cigarette, which I had started before, but apparently didn't finish since I needed to continue doing it. Now, once again, I'm going to unplug the phone, which I have once again unnecessarily plugged in. I'm going to take myself, this carton of guava nectar, this lighter, and one pack of cigarettes with me. I said I'm just going to take one cigarette. I don't even need a cigarette because I know I've got like several half cigarettes already out there, but I prefer to start a new cigarette than finish an old cigarette. So it's like always a bit of like, okay, this time I'll be good and I'll finish an old cigarette. But usually I'll just start a new cigarette. And this is one of the usually occasions rather than the other kind. You know what? I bet you guys can tell I'm happy. Just by how I'm acting. If I weren't happy, I'd be going like this. Boo! I'd be crying. I'd be bitching about stuff. You know, when I'm not happy, I'm either brooding or complaining. If I'm just brooding, I'm probably not going to live stream. But if, on the other hand, I am in the mood to express my poor mood, it is likely to come in the form of complaining. I don't like meow. This is not meow. This is stupid and bad. Like that. It's not grainy anymore. Well, maybe my Google Photos completed its. I doubt it. It seems like it had a lot of stuff to do. Our internet's not that fast here, but sometimes it seems faster than other times. You know what I did today? I am so proud of myself. I just sort of did it accidentally, almost, when I was looking at some email and when I was supposed to be doing something else in the email, which I still haven't done. I had to email this lady the access to her typing video that she wants me to share privately with her, but I forgot to do that again. Anyway, I got distracted doing this other thing, which is more important to me, which is I actually emailed Giggle Fiber and told them, oh, I sold that house January 20th and moved away. And I've obviously failed to cancel the service. I imagine you'll be expecting me to pay the bill regardless. You did, after all, continue to provide the service, even if it went unused. Needless to say, I'd like to cancel now, under any conditions. This is the email I sent them. I started with that last sentence, okay? But other than that, that was verbatim the email I sent them. So it ends with, after all, you did continue to provide the service after all, even if it did go unused. Which is just me fishing for a minute and maybe be like, okay, well, you don't have to pay for this month of it or something. Yeah, we'll see. And they'd be like, you can't even cancel it until you pay the bill, motherfucker. is what I would say, probably. Because I probably wouldn't even notice that they hadn't paid. I'd just be like, or I'd notice and be like, I don't want to go deal with that. But regardless, we'll see what they say. Maybe they'll be cool and they'll be like, oh, you moved away. Well, yeah, our data consumption records show that it hasn't been used since January 21st. So, okay, you don't have to pay for this month. They might say something like that. You never know. Sometimes people are cool. If they just say, sorry, you have to pay the whole bill, well, I'll just pay the bill. No reason to not pay the bill. I don't want to, but I get for not canceling internet service that I haven't used in February, March, well, 2 months. We've only been here for what? February 21st? March 21st was 2 months. Seems like longer. Um, anyway, I probably was. I paid that Giggle Fiber bill like every 2 months, even though you're supposed to pay it every month. I just got in the habit of paying it like every 2 months. And I got the thing saying like, "You better pay this." And I was like, okay, all right. Like one time they shut it off briefly because I just didn't get around to paying it. And I paid it right away, obviously, when they shut it off. They shut it off, but you can still get to their site to pay them. Interestingly, it only lets you go to the Google Fiber site, if I remember correctly. But anyway, that's what you get for being an intuitard like me. You're really shitty about stuff like that sometimes. I still don't think my daughter has canceled the cable from that house, cable TV. I tried to dump that. I dumped that task on her last time, and she didn't. She told me she didn't return the cable boxes. I expected when she returned the cable boxes, the cancellation would occur at that point. I'm assuming she also hasn't canceled it as a consequence. So, it's not just intuitive to sometimes suck following through on things, but she's been doing such a kick-ass job of moving in. It was so impressive compared to Rachel and my anemic efforts to move in, which were poor to miserable, somewhere along that scale there. We didn't have our stuff until like 2 weeks after we moved in. I didn't think it was important for us to get our stuff for some reason. We got more important things to worry about. Like what? Well, like the hammer broken. Well, can we still get our stuff? Then we'd have sweaters. But part of it wasn't my fault. Part of it was the pods truck couldn't get up here. It got stuck in the mud. That cost us a couple of days. That was such a miserable fucking day. Oh my God. I don't know if Rachel, if you're still up. You remember that day when we waited all day long for the pods truck to arrive? And we contacted them and they told me in no uncertain terms, it didn't matter what time they got unstuck, they were coming to our house immediately thereafter, dropping this pod off. And then they never showed up. We just waited the whole day. That's all we couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't do anything. We had to wait. And it's like we couldn't even have sex because I didn't want the pods truck driver to show up. And this is the shortest way to probably to have gotten them to show up would have been to begin having sexual intercourse and then And of course, they'd show up to interrupt us. I tell you who was a real pro at that was um, David, our realtor up here. He called us when we were having sex like 3 times. It was crazy. On the last of those occasions, I said, dude, I don't know what it is with you. You always seem to call when I'm having sex. And he said, you are not the first person to tell me that. I seem to have a knack for that. It's a strange skill to have. I guess ESFP would have that skill. It's in their wheelhouse. They just intuit with their fourth slot intuition when someone else is having sex and decide that'll be a fun time to call. But David's so great. I found it incredibly satisfying to go in and bestow on him his well earned honors in front of his boss. That was one of the more satisfying experiences I've had recently. We brought him what he asked for instead of like us paying him anything directly, because he got the buyer's commission, which is paid by the seller out of the whole thing. Like the seller, it's not paid by us or whatever. Anyway, he's like, no, just get me a bottle of vodka or something. So we got him a bottle of vodka, a bottle of Bombay Sapphire, absolute bottle of Bombay Sapphire, a bottle of Jose Cuervo, and a bottle of wine, put it in an Easter basket. We took it into him, and his boss was in there, and so he like made a point of texting us saying like, hey, if you're gonna come in, because we kept saying we were gonna come in on a Thursday, but then the weather we were snowed in, we couldn't get out of here, and etc. He said, well, my boss is here, so I think he wanted us to come in on that day. So I'm glad we did, and I think it was a good morning for him and for me and Rachel as well. It was gratifying. It's nice when you can be on the fun side of providing the FE juice. It's not a role I take very often, because I have to authentically feel it. Otherwise, I'm not going to celebrate you if I don't authentically feel it. David fucking earned it. That guy earned it a million times over. This has turned out to be just like perfect. It's turned out to be absolutely perfect. And it wouldn't have happened if he hadn't put together that contingency deal. So, that's the thing is, the more I'm here, the more I really start to love it. I was looking at the sky earlier. It's just gorgeous. Dean did a great job too. I don't mean to detract from what Dean did. Dean did a lot of work. He actually did a lot of work. He also made a lot of money off of that deal. But he earned it. He showed that house to literally hundreds of buyers. And he put together an offer that was the best offer for us, that also got him the buyers and sellers commission. But he earned it. It's like he put together a spreadsheet of all 21 offers. He had structured this offer specifically knowing us and everything, that we would take 50 grand less if we had zero shit underneath it. It was as quick a turnaround as possible. And he was right, and good for him. I don't feel taken by him one bit. I feel like he he benefited greatly from dealing with me straight, being above board about everything. He wasn't shady at all. That's all he needed to be with me. And we did it the right way. We tried out the free market. Let's see what happens. Let the market determine the value of this thing. That's the way things should be done. Not the way Janet tried to do things. That horrible woman. That horrible, horrible woman. Oh my God. It's called Rachel's Greatest Intuitive Blunder. But you know what's crazy? Even though it was an intuitive blunder, without that intuitive blunder, we wouldn't have gotten Dean. I'm very happy with it. Even though I didn't listen to him at all, you know. Just like Socionic says, it's like benefactors don't listen to their beneficiaries. My dad didn't listen to me. I didn't listen to Dean to a shocking extent. To the extent that I was shocked by myself, my inability to listen to the man. It's like, Eric, shut your mouth and listen to this guy. I couldn't stop just interrupting him and cutting him off and saying, no, blah, blah, blah. It was crazy. But you know, he's an EFJ, so he just took it all in stride. As long as I was cool with him, he was cool with me. You know. And he had to navigate these tricky waters of technically it's Delilah who's selling the house, right? But I'm calling all the shots. that's ENFJs are born to navigate those kind of tricky FE waters. And he did so with great aplomb. I can't really read the chat from here. I don't have my glasses with me, and the TV screen is too far away for me to read from here. You can see it yourself. It's there through the window. It's a lot clearer to me than it is to you in the camera there, but it's still not quite big enough for me to see from out here what you're saying, which kind of renders the purpose of leaving this window open pointless, you know, or in vain, I guess you would say. I opened this window in vain because, well, I left this window open in vain because I anticipated seeing the chat from in here, but from out here, or seeing what was on TV from out here, but I didn't take into account the fact that I can't read the chat from out here. So, even if I had my glasses on, I couldn't read the chat from out here, but I could read the chat on my phone, but it disappears very quickly. So it's a conundrum. You guys want to see the night sky? It's gorgeous. It was earlier anyway. So earlier I was out here looking at the moon. Oh, the moon's moved away now. No, you can't. Oh, there it is. There's the moon. Well, you probably can't see it very well. It doesn't look like you can see it very well. Can you see Rachel's bedroom where she's got the fan going? Stop trying to peep into my wife's bedroom, you guys. Stop trying to peep. That's not nice. That's the main problem with peeping, is that it's not nice. You always have to be nice. or mean. Those are your two choices. You can never remain neutral. You have to constantly be nice or mean. Let me get my glasses and another sticker. Oh, I didn't get my glasses. Hold on. You want to go outside? Go outside. You don't need to act like you're trapped. Okay. There. I have my glasses. Don't I look fancier with them on? Now there's a fancy fellow, is what you're saying. Oh, now nobody has anything to say, huh? Let me see if I push that. Live chat. Somewhere in the darkness, somewhere in the distance, a turtle is poking its head out of the darkness. What was your last conversation with my dad like? He's like, I mean, he wanted me to put band-aids on these scabs he had trouble seeing. And I put band-aids on him, and he said something about, like, we'll order pizza tomorrow night for the family meeting, which we're having the next day. And I said, okay, cool. And good night, Dad, I love you. Good night, son. I don't remember if he said I love you too or not. It doesn't really matter. But that was my last conversation with him. Pretty bland conversation. The crazy thing is, he said, we'll order pizza tomorrow night at the family meeting. But I think he knew at the time that he was going to kill himself the next morning. I think he was anticipating we were still going to have the family meeting and just to update the fact that he was dead now. And straight up like TE hero style. Sorry, Dad. We aren't quite that efficient. We're not as badass as you are. And he was definitely that. He was a badass. You didn't want to fuck with my dad. You don't want to fuck with Eric. But Eric didn't even dream of fucking with David Strauss. I never won any argument with him. It's like he didn't want to argue about anything that I could win. And, you know, he was always technically correct. You know, like the time I threw out his spoiled milk and got chastised for it, I'm like, but Dad, it's spoiled milk. And he's like, don't touch my stuff, it's my property, you know? I'm like, okay, my bad. He was technically right, you know? It's like, I have no business. Ownership means exclusive right to destroy. And I usurped that exclusive right to destroy his old spoiled milk. So he was right. You know, it's like when he's right, what am I going to say? Well, yeah, you're right, Dad, but I'm not really sure we should be prioritizing ownership rights in this conversation, but that's fine. Maybe we should focus more on the fact that it was spoiled milk, but okay. Basically, stay out of your fridge. Gotcha. He was. I didn't even realize what a control freak he was until the end there. When my mom was gone, he became more. He just became himself without my mom constraining him. Because my mom was a good counterbalance to his control freakery. Like, she made it such that my dad couldn't just overrun what my mom and I felt completely. And so I had such a good, happy childhood. It's like I was so well raised by such loving, good parents. I didn't experience my dad as a control freak at all then. Um, but I certainly recognize him as such in his 80s, he was for sure. Of course, my dad was a lot angrier when I was younger, and a lot less angry as he got older. Like when I was a little kid, he was angry and scary. I remember this one really bad fight between my mom and my dad where I thought he was going to hit her, but he didn't. But he like gestured like he was going to and made her flinch. Never hit me. Well, as a kid. He he, he attacked me when he physically assaulted me when I drove home with my car painted all kinds of crazy colors. you know, and was had a bunch of like UC Santa Cruz peacenik notions in my head and shit. He wasn't having that. Oh, my mom was so upset by that. It's like he like got me in some sort of like wrestling hold like right away or something, and my mom like freaked out and then and it's like I got out of it, you know. I was saying, okay, well let's go, motherfucker. I'll beat your ass, old man. And my mom got between us, and it didn't happen. But he probably still would have beat my ass if it had. I'm sure he would have beat my ass. Even though I was 30 years younger than he, it wouldn't have mattered. He was in the Army and the Navy. He was a wrestling coach. He was very physically fit. At that time, he was probably like my age. He would have whooped my ass in no uncertain terms. Well, I guess he took pity on me. Or my mom's sobbing put a stop to it. I didn't care about my mom sobbing. I was mad. But, you know, this is the logic of business, the logic of compromise. So, and I saw him like calm my mom down many times. My mom was out for blood, and she prioritized justice. And when these people were like trying to rip us off one time and trying to file a suit saying that they owned this property that my mom inherited, because her her stepfather, my grandfather by marriage, um, had told them one time that they could have the house after he died. This was their entire story, and my mom was like freaking out. My dad, of course, decided to settle in some sort of compromise fashion because he didn't have any intuition that they, of course, had no chance of winning the case. I remember them talking about it at the time, like, well, they're gonna show up all poor looking and oh, woe is me, and then they're gonna win the jury over, and blah, blah, blah. There's a civil case, proponents of the evidence. And fuck that noise. If I was in charge of that shit, no way in hell there would have been any compromise. You go in and you win with the fact that they don't have any evidence. They're just making this random claim. They're trying to steal this house from us, and it's not okay, you know? But who knows? There's a certain truth to the ESTJ logic, which is I'll believe it when the check clears. My old man never wore a belt, thank goodness. He wore sweats and ran commando, ate deviled eggs a lot. I mean, my dad was a really great dad until I got too rebellious to be fathered at a certain point, like around 15, 16 or whatever. I was just off the rails. He still did the best he could, you know. I was a mess. You know, I was a weird, conflicted set of things. You know, it was a mess. In some ways, I was very successful in certain times of my life, um, but it was still a mess. uh, I didn't know who I was or why I was or how to be happy or who to be in a relationship with or anything like that. So of course it was suboptimal. Why don't I just bring my whole pack of cigarettes out here instead of having to constantly go get another cigarette? I'll be right back. I did quit after fast. I quit for like 5 days. And then I made a decision to start again. The thing is, when I started to quit, I was experiencing a lot of bad things from this bad lung infection that I had. And I was feeling short of breath. I was like, oh my God, my lungs are cashed. I determined my lungs were cashed from that lung infection, but once the lung infection went away, my lungs returned to normal. And I was snowed in. I had successfully implemented my plan, which caused me to be without cigarettes and no way of getting them for like 5 days. Um, and then I said, you know what? I like smoking. I miss smoking. At the time, also, we had really shitty weed. Like, it was unsmokable weed. It made you cough so much, it was like unsmokable weed. Your friend, I'm friends with you. Yeah, well, she was an ISFJ. I did type her a such. And I have to still send her the video, I think. I don't think I've shared it with her yet. I mean to do that. Maybe I'll do that when I go back inside. I could probably do that while I'm live streaming because I definitely can because I'm not live streaming on the computer. Even if I were live streaming on the computer, I could still do that. Okay, I'll send it to her. Yeah, as soon as I go back inside, I'll send it to her. Yeah, my bad about being slow about that. I told her I was like, I'll send it to you as soon as it's done processing. But and then I was going to send it to her, but here's the problem. I was on the wrong device to do that. So I opened up my email on the phone to go send it to her. And then I realized this is the wrong device. But then I saw on my phone this thing from Google Fiber. So then I emailed them. And then I started something else and forgot about it. These are the way things happen sometimes, you know. Still didn't get on that shattered butter and all those other things I used to harp on about. You know, I like to have those as an add-on to the weed I'm smoking, like to put on top of a bowl. I don't like to smoke them by themselves usually. Although Rachel one time got a really good heavy hitters that hit so clean. It was like the cleanest concentrate hit I've ever had. Generally, concentrate tends to make me cough. Um, and one of the things that both Rachel and I prioritize in our weed smoking is not coughing. We really like this weed we currently have called Memory Loss. It's a sativa. It tastes like pine trees, super fresh. It doesn't make you cough, and it gets you high. The thing about weed is it's the congregation effect. You can't you can't determine how good weed is by looking at percentages of THC at all. Or concentrate even. Yeah, the concentrate is like, oh, it's 95% THC. Okay, well, why doesn't it get me as high as this weed then? You know? The answer is because the effect of good marijuana should be bred to have a good effect, not bred to get high THC numbers. It's destroyed weed in California. You can't even get good indicas anymore. They're all garbage. They're heavy, coffee, headachy, high THC weeds. Whereas this memory loss is fantastic. I like the Indian weed store. They seem to know what they're doing there as far as I think they grow their own shit and they're they're smart about it, you know. They do put their THC numbers, but it is a white market source, so it's lab tested. But I don't think they're prioritizing it in their growing and breeding habits. Both Fets and INFJ. As certified by yours truly, Eric Strauss. I've certified him, therefore it's true. I only certify 100% grade A Angus beef. Well, I mean, I've had plenty of good weeds in my life, but only a certain number of truly memorable ones. When I grew Northern Lights myself, that Northern Lights was spectacular. It was amazing. I sold the weed I grew, and that weed fetched a substantially higher price than any of the other weeds I grew, even though all the weeds I grew were good. Because I didn't put together the grow scheme, and ESFP did. He had the lights, he had the pots, he had the seeds, and he knew what their clones or whatever, and he knew what he wanted to grow and how to grow it. and I had the apartment with an extra room. So it became a grow room. And we split the weed 50-50. Now that's another example of ESFP and ENTP working together to good effect. Just like David, ESFP, Realtor, Eric, ENTP, working together to good effect up here. Not to discount Rachel's role in the whole thing. Obviously, without Rachel and Delilah, I wouldn't have known this was the house to get. I would have thought, well, maybe we should just keep looking and see what else there is, you know. There's maybe even other choices we want more or something. You need NI. Say, that's the one. Pursue that one. And then, but after that, it's just like me dealing with him on the phone mostly, you know. So I just made clear to him, yes, we're serious. We want this house. And he made it happen, you know. Just like I said to Ken in the college, yes, I'm serious. I want to grow in the spare room if you're gonna do all the hard work. He's like, all right, let's do it. Brought all the pots over, brought the lights, gave me fertilizer, told me when to fertilize this and water this, and I loved that room so much. I would sit in that room and just sit there with the plants. It smells so good in there. They're so big and healthy, and it was like it was so bright in there when the lights were on too. You know, it was just blazingly bright. I had the windows all covered with aluminum foil, so it reflected back, and that was fun. This continues to be a very pleasant stream for me. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm finding it both therapeutic and gratifying. You know, range of SI stuff that I'm talking about mostly. But the SI stuff might not be of especially interesting to other people, but I'm enjoying talking out these old memories and stuff. Other weeds that I remember are memorable. Rachel and I got a weed in Oakland one time. I forget what it was called, but we went out in the car and just smoked like pipe hits of it. I remember. Everybody was just like, "Whoa, this stuff is spectacular." It tasted spectacular. It everything about it was spectacular. You remember that, Rachel? If you're still up, remember what weed I'm talking about? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do right now. Uh-huh. I'm not lying. I'm gonna do that thing I was supposed to do that we were talking about. This one. Pow. Open and dry. Pow. Share. I have to find her email address. Oh, how hard could possibly this thing possibly be? There. I found it. Okay. Paste. Don't tell me you can't paste. I don't like that. I want to paste the email address. J. There. I think it's this one. I make 100% sure. No, it's not that one. Never mind. I have the wrong person. Okay. Alright. Let me type. There. I got it. Now I just need to send it. Phew. There. Now I'm done. Oh, happy times. Good night, Joshua. Sleep well, pleasant dreams, and know that Christmas has a miracle in store for all of us. It's Acacia. Howdy to you as well. Acacia from the Crazy Font Store. Boba Fett has too much TE. Uh-huh. Yeah, I see it. I see it very clearly. All over the place. Boba Fett's TE and everything. Like, hey, Eric, why don't you make what you're saying more useful in a concrete way? How can I use to solve a problem? That's what Boba Fett's always saying to me. What do I think about INFPs? Well, I think they are. I've met INFPs that I like and respect a lot. I've met INFPs that I like and not necessarily respect a lot. I've met INFPs that I don't like, but I still probably respect them. Can INFPs mistype as TE first, second slot types? Well, sure. I mean, when they are like at work or something, when they are dealing with shit, they use TE to deal with shit. When I don't respect an INFP, why wouldn't I respect them? Because they're not fair. Like, who's our lovely man? Well, I liked Ralph just fine. He was an INFP assistant coach I had, but I didn't respect him because he because of how he engaged me one time in particular, but in general, because of his lack of prioritization of fairness and his attempt to yell at me one time for something and then refuse to hear my response to it, which is not okay. He was mad because, like, we were sharing an apartment in Shanghai, and I was smoking outside because obviously he's not a smoker, and I'm not gonna smoke inside. If he hadn't been with me, I would have been smoking inside, obviously. But so I went and smoked outside. Now it was raining most of the time at the beginning, especially, and so in order to smoke someplace where it wasn't raining, I smoked in this little like laundry alcove thing when it was raining. Well, actually, I don't even think that's relevant to this particular story. One day, I think when it wasn't raining, he had his clothes out to dry, and I went outside to smoke a cigarette on the patio, and he freaked out because it was going to make his clothes smell like smoke. And I'm like, I didn't get a chance to reply. He like wouldn't listen to my response to him. Like, listen, motherfucker. First of all, I'm your boss, and I let you have your pick of the rooms because I'm cool. And second of all, if if I wanted to, I would just smoke in this fucking apartment and not care about you at all, right? And what the fuck are you gonna say about it? Um, Complain to our respective boss, maybe. At which point I'd say, well, you know, get him his own apartment then. Anyway, but the point is, so I go outside to smoke as a courtesy to you, and where if I'm not going to go outside to smoke where I go on the patio, I have to walk all the way out through the building out to the front. Because like our apartment, you went in this door and then you walk down this hallway, and there were stairs to go up for other apartments, and then you had to like put a code in to the door to get through it and shit like that. So it was like a hassle to go all the way out to the front. And it's like, what the fuck do you want me to do, dude? It's like I'm smoking on the patio, the only place I have to smoke that's not inside the house. And yeah, your clothes were there. I didn't even notice your clothes were there. Didn't think about it at all. But even if I had, you know, I would have said, well, if he wants me to not smoke near his clothes, he needs to give me a heads up about that ahead of time. I guess the smoke was irritating him, even though I was smoking outside. He wasn't thinking about the fact that the inconvenience to me might be irritating to me, right? That lack of fairness caused me to not respect him. And then since he didn't listen to my response, I wrote him a note saying, look, you can yell at me whenever you want, but you damn well better stand there and listen to my response, or else don't ever attempt that shit again. And, I think he was duly chastened, but I don't think he ever apologized to me, no. So I didn't respect him very much. But I can think of other INFPs that I respected a great deal, like my former mentor teacher, Mr. Samuelson. And he was great. Wise man. A little woohoo. Definitely an INFP. Really TE in his approach. So I mean, like that INFP might have mistyped as TE higher up, but that would be because that's the logic they're going to use when it comes to work is their conscious function. Well, like he had these Himalayan salt crystal lamps that he's thought were going to do some sort of magical shit. He had like a psychic that he consulted about shit, and some like Buddhist guy came to his house, and I think he was like a Buddhist maybe, and told him how to get rid of the ants at his house. There's just some like woohoo shit like, you know, you have to give them an offering of this and then respect them for this long and then they'll go away or something. And he's like, I did it and it worked and they went away. And this Buddhist guy is such a miracle worker or whatever, such a spiritual genius. It's like, okay. That's not why the ants went away. The only reason they came inside your house was either super dry or super wet. When those conditions changed, they went back outside. But people have their own explanations for things. Your Himalayan salt crystal lamp is not going to do anything. It's not going to change the energy in here. It's not going to. It's just nonsense. But he believed in it. It's like if putting a light bulb inside of a salt crystal could do anything. Then you have to wonder, what is it that causes the combination of light bulb and salt to create some extra effect than just salt or the light bulb by themselves? Like, what is the mechanism by which adding a light bulb to salt makes it magical? Is there any other thing that if you add a light bulb to it, it turns magical? Okay, you got one of those things, huh? Sorry, baby. If you're into it, then it's perfectly fine. Then I'm all for it. Those salt lamps are spectacular. They do amazing stuff. They're one of the most amazing magical things in the world. And if Rachel's down with it, then I'm down with it too. Let's add light bulbs to more things and find out. Yeah, I know. Like, what if I added a light bulb to this guava nectar? Would it make it even more magical than it already is? Maybe. It's already pretty magical. It's like a trip to Hawaii in my mouth. They mine Himalayan salt in Pakistan. The name would suggest they get it from the Himalayas. I guess that's just a brand name. Himalayan salt crystal, made in China. Well, I mean, the thing is, I guess China could include the Himalayas to some extent because they took over Tibet. So, made in Bangladesh. Himalayan salt crystals made in Bangladesh. Or hecho in Mexico, maybe. Like me. Yo soy hecho en Mexico. Oh, sí. In fact, one of the things I wanted to talk about was the Mexican standoff. Now, first of all, why is it called a Mexican standoff? But second of all, is the key distinction of a Mexican standoff that both people have guns, they're pointing at each other and standing there pointing the guns at each other, but neither of them shoot. I don't understand this. Like, what's preventing either of them from shooting? To put it in a Seinfeld-esque way, what's the deal with Mexican standoffs? Are they Mexican? Are they standoffs? Why doesn't one of the two people shoot in a Mexican standoff? It's like, you can't be, when you're pointing a gun at somebody, the fact that you're having a gun pointed at you can't intimidate you from not shooting. It's a faux macho gun agreement. Hold on, Karma's Pimp. Are you telling me that Mexicans are fighting over the Himalayas for the occupation of Shambhala, but they keep getting into Mexican standoffs with the Tibetans. Mexicans get locked in contemplation when they're standing off. We're going in there, I say. All right, but I don't want another Mexican standoff. Okay, well, we'll hope the other people are white people. Oh, damn! Julio, what are you doing? Now we gotta point guns at each other for like indefinitely. But I mean, is that the definition of a Mexican standoff? Is that what makes it different from a regular standoff? Is that two people have guns pointing at each other and don't shoot at each other for some reason? Although it is often marketed as coming from the Himalayas, the pink salt is mainly mined in the hills of Pakistan's Punjab province, which is also known as the Salt Range, the Kuru Salt Mine. Hey, Ruben. Good to see you, as always. You're like a hot, fresh plate of enchiladas. In that you bring the Mexican flavor. And you know what I always say? Viva la raza. That's what I always say. I've been saying it for years. Also, no uvas. Back in the day, a long time ago, in California, there was this movement of don't eat grapes because there's like a Julio Cesar Chavez movement, you know. I think it was by him. Like, don't eat grapes because Mexicans are getting poisoned by the pesticides on the grapes. And you used to see these bumper stickers that said, no uvas. Because uvas is Spanish for grapes. They don't know how to say grapes in Mexico. They call them uvas. I haven't seen a no uvas sticker in many years, though. I guess they stopped spraying that pesticide on the grapes. Probably the movement worked or was incidental to, coincidental to. You know, I'm not sure if it prompted the change or it was probably like coincided with. You know why avocados are? Because God wanted them. Called avocados. Oh, that's a different question. No, I don't. Thanks, one. I do have a nice cat. Her name's Capillo. She's a nice cat. She's also a very special lady. So, I've got two special ladies in this house. I've got two beautiful wives and one beautiful husband. Me, Capillo, Rachel, and Trouble are in a 4-person polygamous relationship. Except every time you eat a grape, someone is meted to deny a sip of wine. You know, table grapes don't make good wine, though. I guess that's what makes it meta-denied, because this reminded me of your stance on evolution. What exactly is your issue with evolution? That if you're going to claim to explain something, it should provide an explanation that makes sense and is consistent with empirics. You know, Though without an actual mechanism by which this purported change over time occurs, being clearly stated, articulated, and established with empirics, that is not even doing the most basic primary job of an explanation, namely explaining anything. Derives from the Nahuti word ahoakati, which refers to a certain part of the male anatomy the shape of avocados happen to resemble. You mean their Adam's apple? Their prostate. My prostate looks exactly like an avocado. It's part of the male anatomy. Let's see, what other parts of anatomy are just for males? My uterus? No, wait, that's not right. Dangle sacks. I was thinking about calling my twig and berries Pocahontas and Sacagawea. I think those are good names for my penis and my testicles, or my just general sac, inclusive sac. Sacagawea works because the way I see it, evolution just means if nature finds something that works, it will perpetuate itself. Okay, well, that doesn't explain speciation, though, which is what evolution claims to explain. Evolution, if it wants to claim to be an explanation of speciation, which it claims to be, needs to provide an explanation of how species came to differentiate from one another as it claims they have. It doesn't provide that explanation, therefore it's completely nonsense. We should all just accept that we don't have the answer to where species came from. We don't have that answer. There's not a good explanation yet. Pocahontas pokes, Sacagawea is a sack. Plus, they're both lovely Indian guides, just like my genitals. They will guide themselves into Rachel's Oregon Trail. Fun fact, German filmmaker Uwe Boll's name means bowl of grapes. That's fantastic. My name doesn't mean bowl of grapes. My name means Eric Ostrich. Species diverge due to mutations which occur over time. Except that's long since, that's not even the existing, that's not even the contemporary explanation that evolutionists provide. No longer does anybody think that mutations are anything ever but deleterious. The best they could ever possibly be is the nearly neutral theory, which took predominance for some stretch of time, but doesn't explain anything and is mathematically impossible. So no, that's not even contemporary evolution. The idea of sexual selection has long since been debunked. Sexual selection based on advantageous mutations. It's insane if you just think about it, it's insane, right? Because any population of any size, as soon as it doesn't matter how advantageous the mutation is, it's not going to redefine the genome. And all mutations are harmful. Only occasionally are they nearly neutral. This is why there's the nearly neutral theory of evolution. Because geneticists and everybody had to agree that there are no beneficial mutations. The mutations are always deleterious. It's just not the way that works. It's because genomes are self-preserving things. they get sicker over time, but they never change into something else. So like the human genome is getting less well over time as humans um, incorporate genetic problems and spread them around to the genome. But those deviations from the genomic mean are either neutral, nearly neutral, or deleterious. So over trillions of years, you imagine a genome becoming so sickly that the species can no longer survive. But what you can't imagine is it becoming something else because all the evolutionary pressures are returning to the genomic mean. So if you take all the dogs in the world and removed all the people all of a sudden, the dogs most of them would die, and eventually dogs and wolves would be indistinguishable from one another again. They'd return to the genetic mean because, after all, things that deviate from that genome are less well adapted to surviving in their environments than the actual, like, no dog is as good at surviving in the wilderness as a pack of wolves. Yeah, but the point is, Astafasta, even though we've spent tens of thousands of years breeding dogs to be as distinct as possible from wolves, they're still genetically the same thing and can interbreed with one another still, which proves that no matter how hard you push on the genome, even if you apply way more pressure than nature ever could, humans consciously breeding for ridiculous traits, right? For thousands and thousands and thousands of generations, even then, you can't make them genomically distinct from wolves. They can still interbreed. And if evolution were correct, we'd see things that have extremely short generations, like fruit flies, evolving very quickly compared to things that have very long generations, like sequoia trees or something, or even just human beings. We don't see anything of the sort. There's every intellectual test you can give to evolution disproves it. Every mathematical test, when you apply it to the population dynamics, disproves it. I researched the fuck out of it. I came into the subject assuming evolution was correct, but having questions like, this doesn't seem to make sense. I was stunned to discover there's nothing to it at all. It's all garbage. All the evolutionary science we've been taught is garbage. There's no mechanism there that anybody can sustain as an actual mechanism that causes speciation. There's never been a single example of any species that we've successfully speciated, breeding it. No matter how many thousands of years we try to breed dogs into different things, they're still dogs. They're still wolves. We've proven it over and over again that you cannot speciate things, that hybrids don't create new species, etc. We've proved it over and over and over and over and over again. Every piece of evidence we possibly could even conceive of proves it over and over and over again. Every instance we've ever seen of any species giving birth to anything has always been another instance of that same species. 100% of the time, without exception. So why would you ever dream of thinking that genomes, because they have adaptability within them, have the capacity to change into fundamentally different things? It's a mistake of set understandings, right? There are set limits. You can have variation within the set limits, but the set limits are definitive. But see, this is the thing. It doesn't take millions of years. If you look at the so-called Pliocene explosion, is that what it's called? Almost all of the species came into being in a very short period of a couple of million years. Of course, for evolution to explain itself at all, it would need to explain why they all stopped evolving, what made them start evolving, and what made them stop evolving. Because everybody agrees nothing seems to be evolving now. So why did all these species come about all of a sudden in a couple of million year period, despite the fact that they have wildly different generation lengths? They're all evolving into going from a very small number of species to a shit ton of species within a couple of million years, and then ceasing to evolve anymore. There's no explanation. There was this theory presented, which was called punctuated equilibrium, which has now been disproved. It had no actual explanation to it or mechanism. It just said, well, things periodically evolve and then they stop evolving all of a sudden. Now, that's not an explanation for things, right? It's just clinging to the core notion that we have some sort of explanation that speciation occurs over time genetically. It doesn't. We can definitively determine that. You know, Lamarck was more correct because at least there is epigenetic change to a certain extent. He was not correct. That's not how giraffes get long necks or whatever, but there is epigenetic change. It makes genomes more sick. It does not help. Yeah, they do stop. I mean, if they didn't stop Astapasta, then why is it over the millions and millions and millions and millions of generations of fruit flies we've observed, they remain fruit flies no matter how much we breed them in this way or that way or the other way? But remember, generation lengths are different, right? Species would have to evolve according to a generational calculation, right? So in other words, things that have very short generations are going to evolve more quickly, right, than things that have very long generations. The thing is, they can't even come up with a clock to explain how long back something stopped evolving, began evolving, whatever. They can't come up with any clock to make it work because it's fundamentally broken concept. Genomes don't evolve into different genomes. They just don't. To even begin to try to justify it, they had to come up with this ridiculously convoluted bullshit of this repeated occurrence of founder's effect and bottleneck effects to even make it mathematically possible to conceive of mutations, positive mutations that don't exist, to cause splintering off from one genome into two. It has never happened. It can never happen. That's not what a genome is. It's not. The genome is the part of the thing that's not subject to change like that. The individual of the genome can express variability within that genome. And in fact, you can see short-term changes in like the color of a moth's wings or something. That's adaptation within the genome. But they can never adapt out of the genome. Just like I can make my arms stronger so I can lift heavier things by working out, but I can never learn to fly by flapping my arms because it's a category error. There are some things you can do adaptively, and there are some things that are fundamentally limits because of what you are. A genome is that kind of thing. Cambrian explosion. Okay, 15 to 25 million years. Fine, 15 to 25 million years. But that includes all the species that occurred within that 15 to 25 million years. It doesn't mean that every species within that Cambrian explosion evolved over the total of 15 to 25 million years, right? It means that the total number of, the reason it's called the Cambrian explosion is because for no reason, no explanation at all, we went from a very small amount of species to a very large amount of species in 25 million years. Now, the thing is, most of those species, once they appear, there's no evidence that they changed at all or anything. They just appear, right? Evolution is begging the question when it says, therefore, they evolved from these other species. Just because you see the best evidence for evolution that there is, a branching fossil record, well, I mean,
you're putting the cart before the horse. You're saying, here's a pattern I've observed, and it therefore here's an explanation based on this pattern I observed. But that pattern you observed, you can see a comparable thing in like architecture. It doesn't mean that new houses evolved out of old houses just because they, it's like they're totally different things, right? It didn't emerge from the old house becoming a separate thing that was now a new house. It just doesn't work like that. Species are the same way. Anyway, if you research it yourself, don't just listen to me. Research it and do the thinking yourself. Ask yourself the same questions. Find out what the dominant theories are on it. There are multiple conflicting dominant theories to justify this claim that evolution explains something. It doesn't even have a single explanation that is predominant. It's got multiple people arguing about what bullshit justifications we should be focusing on here. I mean, it fails its number one job since it's making the claim to explain things. It doesn't explain things. If it explained things, it would have a mechanism that made sense. I'm not opposed to evolution being correct. It would be great if we had a good explanation for it. That is not one. As a professional debate coach and evaluator of cases, I can tell you the case is not made in any way, shape, or form, and therefore we negate. It doesn't matter. The app has the burden to affirm. If they fail to affirm, we negate. Right? The neg doesn't need to do anything. The reason we should not agree with evolution is not because of any reason why we shouldn't agree with it. It's because it doesn't do its job. It doesn't meet the burden it takes on when it claims to have an explanation for something. It fails to meet its burden to affirm. It does not explain anything. And therefore, we should throw it completely out the window. It's not the neg's job to prove why it's wrong. It's the app's job to prove why it's right. Evolution has completely failed to do that job, and therefore we negate. We don't need to have the correct answer. We don't need to have an answer. We need to have the correct answer, and if the correct answer right now is we don't know what the correct answer is, then that's the correct answer. And we don't know what the correct answer is. And people who think they know because of evolution are fooling themselves, have not looked into it at all, have not thought about it at all, have not done the research. I've done a shit ton of research on it. It doesn't depend at all how you define those terms. There is a clear burden to affirm. If I'm claiming to explain where species come from, my explanation, as presented by Darwin, should be the same basic core explanation we're using today and should have been proven true over time. Instead, it was dispatched forthwith, replaced with a succession of alternate explanations that still claim to be evolution. That's not how real theories work. If you look at the theory of relativity, it didn't go like that at all, right? It got, Einstein posited the theory of relativity, and then it got confirmed time and again by empirics over and over again. It didn't change. Now we mean relativity means this. This is how real theories operate, right? Unlike evolution, which is just a bunch of slapdash anecdotal nonsense and wishful thinking. And people whose careers are staked on the fact that they're evolutionary scientists scrambling desperately to avoid the obvious and pounding fact that it makes no fucking sense and doesn't meet its burden to affirm. That's what's going on. The only reason evolution stuck around as long as it has is because the people who've been opposing it have been stupid fucking creationists who oppose it, saying it's not evolution that explains it, it's creationism. The correct answer is we don't know where species came from. Evolution doesn't answer the question, neither does creationism. Neither of those are explanations. They're equally bad explanations. If anything, evolution's worse. It's more convoluted and more confusing than creationism, and says less and is less convincing. And creationism could hardly be any less convincing. It's not an explanation for anything. It just elicits the next question. Well, who created that then? Where did that come from? Where did the creator come from then, right? It just elicits that question. So to say that evolution is even less convincing than creationism is saying it's not at all convincing, even in the slightest. Because unlike creationism has an explanation. It's actually an explanation. God made it. It's not a very good explanation. It's in fact a terrible explanation. But it's an actual explanation. Evolution doesn't even have that. And for something that claims to be an explanation, that's a pretty fatal deficit, to not explain things and to claim to be an explanation. That's a fatal deficit. You can't survive that. Yeah, the only reason evolution is had so much ground is because people have thought there are two choices here. Evolution is the science side, and then there's these religious nuts who oppose evolution. But those people are opposing evolution for the wrong reasons. They don't have good reasons to oppose evolution because the reason they're opposing it is because they prefer their alternatively equally dumb non-explanation sort of explanation. So if it's like bullshit wrapped in religious tones, it's gonna smell more like bullshit than bullshit wrapped in a bunch of science words. But for a good thinker, it's the same core in both of them. Bullshit. It's not an explanation. I mean, I don't blame society for using the heuristic of preferring science over religion to explain things. I agree with that heuristic. It just proved disastrously bad in this instance because it's got all the world entrenched in this horribly wrong idea that nobody can substantiate. And that we continually are affronted with continual counterexamples of it. And the realities of evolutionary pressures, which is they push a genome back to its mean by killing everything that deviates from that mean too much. That's the actual evolutionary pressure that exists, is pushing things back to their genomic mean and killing off deviants. You know? When environmental pressures become too great for a species, the species dies off. It doesn't evolve. It's not even conceivable for environmental pressures to move as slowly as evolutionary change claims to move. So it's like to even conceive of like an advantageous mutation in a given environment causing speciation. Well, if you're talking about that speciation occurring over millions of years, the environmental cues are changing much more rapidly than that. It makes no sense at all. What's a advantageous trait now is not an advantageous trait 100 years from now when the climate patterns have changed or something. Or when a volcano's gone off or shit like that. It just doesn't make any sense. it's got so many conflicting things. If it takes millions of years, how is it responsive or adaptive to anything? If it happens so slowly we can't see it, then why, when we purposely try to make it happen very fast, we still can't see it? Even when we're dealing with things with tiny generational lifespans, so that we can replicate what would be millions of years for human generations into 10 years. Why can we not see that? Because Mendel was right, genetics are right, but evolution's wrong. Species don't change into other species. Doesn't make any sense at all. Like, there's a troop of monkeys one day have a couple monkeys who have some difference, and then they go off and live by themselves, and then they have a couple monkeys that have some difference, and then they go off and live by themselves, and gradually you get a community of monkeys over there that has become a proto-human. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's completely insane. It makes no sense. How, like, it, it's so nutty. Just because creatures appear very well adapted to their specific environments, as per the Galapagos Island finches or whatever, um, well, that's an observational fact, but we can't deduce anything about how they got that way from the fact that they are that way. It's just logic 101. You can't deduce anything from that, you know. It might suggest meow meow, but those things have to be independently evaluated. You can't deduce things from that, you know. Did I bring my whole pack of cigarettes outside? No, I didn't. That was foolhardy of me. But you know, I've been a fool for lesser things. Now I'm back inside again. How did that happen? I don't even know. Things are wild, crazy, mixed up right now. I don't even know. There. Would it be wrong in this case? I feel like religion, at least the way most people view it, also fails to substantiate it. No, I agree with you. I'm not saying religion's a good explanation. Religion's a terrible explanation for anything. It's not an explanation. Not a real explanation. It's the equivalent of saying we don't know what the explanation is. No, I have no idea. I have no counter I have no explanation for it. It seems, I mean, the best explanation I have is if you look at the global history of humanity and Earth and species and stuff, it would appear as though somebody were playing Sim Planet and they kept failing to get intelligent life. So they kept causing extinction events every 40 million years until, of course, they got to intelligent life, at which point there hasn't been an extinction event. Even though they happen like for every 40 million years, like clockwork, now it's been 60 some million years and there hasn't been one. So it seems to me like somebody was playing Sim Planet and kept starting over. And in a simulation, you can imagine that whatever the mechanism might be by which, like the game says, this environmental niche open up, and then you can design a creature to fit that niche or something like that, and just put it there. I mean, I don't know. That seems like the best explanation to me. Of course, that explanation says, okay, well then, how would it happen on a real biological planet that's not simulated? And the answer to that is, I don't know. And we have no way of knowing because that would be outside of the box. So it's not much of an explanation. But but it has the most intuitive resonance. Like we can explain why black people are black, right? Because of high UV radiation. I mean, it is the case that people who are native to more equatorial regions are darker than people who are native to more northern regions or further south or whatever. But but again, it's the same. It's just because creatures are adapted well to where they are, we can't conclude anything about how they came to be that way. There's no correct intellectual work to be done in that direction without starting someplace else. You can't just say, well, because things seem well adapted to where they are, therefore they evolved into this. It doesn't. It just doesn't follow. It's like people sometimes say, well, do you have a better explanation of evolution? No, I have the best explanation that we don't currently have an explanation for speciation that makes any sense. That's the correct answer. And unfortunately, because that's the correct answer, people don't want that. They want some explanation, right? They say, well, at least evolution is better than nothing as an explanation. No, it's not. It is nothing as an explanation. It's not an explanation. So it's just explanation theater. And trust me, I am an expert on explanations and which ones actually explain things and which ones don't. I didn't go into evolution determined to disagree with it. I began looking into it hoping to get questions answered, only to discover it was a morass of conflicting nonsense. Well, I'm glad you took that away from this channel, Orange. I do like to talk about debate stuff, and the thing is, the way competition debate does it is predicated on the way that public policy should be dealt with, you know. So, um, but like Lincoln Douglas debate is much more about which explanation for things is correct. Regardless, in competition debate, you've got all the framework and justification lattices laid out properly. So it's like, even if you're wrong in a competition debate, you still have to say what your value, like in Lincoln Douglas, what your value is, what your value criterion is, define those terms and allow them to be operationalized by the other party. And in that adversarial exchange of ideas, accordingly, because you're stuck with the definitions you provide and with the things you say, um, in a battle between equal debaters, the better ideas always win. Because bad ideas are full of inconsistencies that can be exploited conditionally. If what you say here is true, then this would also be true, right? If not, explain why it doesn't produce that, because the mechanism you articulated would suggest that it does. And, you know, all of a sudden they're there with their pants down, they can't explain the mechanism, and it's clear to everybody that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know, put me in a real debate with an evolutionist who's trying to affirm evolution, I will rip them to shreds. I will rip them to shreds. Who gets to judge that? I mean, the thing about better ideas is if you flow around, what you'll see is that this case here has inconsistencies in it and internal contradictions gets exposed by these arguments that say, okay, well, you said this here, and you said this here, but this also means mia, and mia is contraindicative to mia. Do you have an answer to that? And they like, they don't have an answer, or their answer is bullshit or non-responsive. You know, they just got exposed. You strike that shit off the flow. It's when it's done properly, it's objective and cut and dry. Let's say there's a species A and an earthquake separates the valley, forming two groups of species A. Now let's say there are different environments on the two sides of the canyon. Then you get two groups of species A that are subjected to different pressures. Okay, so the thing is, the response to that is it is conceivable, if you ignore the fact that on both sides of the river, all individuals of each species are going to continue to give birth to members of the same species, regardless of pressures in the environment. They cannot adapt genetically to pressures of the environment. They can only adapt behaviorally. Now, the only exception to that are things that are phenotypic displays of adaptability within a genome. So, yeah, if on this side of the river, all the plants are blue, on this side of the river, all the plants are green, these butterflies that want to blend in might be green, and these ones might become more blue over time. However, the thing to remember is the environmental pressures and realities change much more rapidly than purportedly evolution does, and that there's no way for a species to genetically adapt to anything with any intentionality, right? So the thing is, it is plausible that two populations of species could come to phenotypically display different qualities of the variability within that genome, But as the environmental pressures change, they're still the members of the same species. And even if their different colors cause them to not choose to interbreed during that period of time, as the environmental things change, these ones now the blue plants are growing on this side of the river. These ones become blue. They start interbreeding again. Whatever. The thing is, it's their genomic capacity to interbreed and produce reproductively viable offspring that makes them the same species, not their behavioral choice to do so. Well, you don't need multi-million year studies to prove it. If you could prove it on a scale, if it were correct, it would scale. So you'd be able to prove some aspects of it by creating some kind of new species of fruit fly that's a little bit different and has a different genome by executing purposefully in ways that nature never could even dream of doing, but humans purposely can do much more effectively of isolating populations for certain traits and whatever. If we could show it on a minor level, yes, we've created this species of new fruit flies that's genomically different, has a different number of chromosomes or whatever, then that would suggest, okay, well, this mechanism makes sense then. At least it makes sense. At least we can, it's still really strange credibility mathematically in the wild, the way populations work, and requires us to buy into this founder's effect bottleneck bullshit that's just totally like concentric circles it's very reminiscent of that. Anyway, we'd have to buy into that shit, but at least we've proved the mechanism fundamentally can work if enough pressure is applied. We haven't been able to do that. And in fact, every piece of evidence we have runs contrary to that. So, even if you wanted to avoid dealing with the argument as a logical argument, where it fails utterly because it doesn't even have a single central claim or mechanism, and it's got conflicting parties within the field of evolution providing conflicting explanations continually changing over time. So it's like, unlike every other scientific theory, evolution's been allowed to get away with this, right? You wouldn't find that flying in physics at all, but somehow it flies in biology. That you have a theory that purports to explain where species come from and have the mechanism and specifics of that theory changing every 5 years continually from when it was originally started to now. What does that tell you about the theory of evolution? How many explanations for evolution can I come up with just off the top of my head right now? Well, there's the original sexual selection theory of Darwin. There is the neutral theory, followed by the nearly neutral theory, when they acknowledge that there are not even any neutral mutations. There's the genomic drift theory, which is fun, except it only even mathematically conceivably works with populations under 100. So as soon as the population exceeds 100, all evolution ceases. And it's a crazy notion anyway. It has the idea that well, whatever. I don't want to get into the deets of it, but that's another one. Then there's the punctuated equilibrium. That's another one. There's one that talks about evolutionary stasis. I forget what that one's called. There's ones I can come up with off the top of my head. These are all, and they've all been largely dispatched with because they don't hold scientific muster. And even in an evolutionary science community that is committed to maintaining this lie that evolution explains things, they can't sustain explanations that are debunked. Like, some, I think people from like Denmark or something, mathematically punctuated equilibrium. And there was I remember seeing the headline about on Google News like maybe 2 years ago or something. Like, what other scientific theory continually has its explanations debunked and is permitted to continue coming up with new, different explanations while claiming to be the same thing? Can you think of any other theory in science that does this? I can't. Stars going supernova is BS? Why would that be BS? That's not BS. We've got lots of good astronomical information. We've got great telescopes and math and people. Came across a YouTuber with 26,000 subs who unironically considered himself a liberation Stalinist. Oh my God. People. I mean, it's a sort of cultural life hypocrisy that makes me furious. Like, this person is somewhere on his fucking MacBook that he bought or his parents bought for him with no concept, obviously, of the horrors of Stalinism. Think that you could somehow have any version of Stalinism that was okay is to be stunningly blind about the reality of authoritarianism and human brutality. It's like people like this. Rachel was watching this thing the other day, a lady talking about fashion stuff. Like, communism is just another word for thugs tell everyone what to do. And individuals don't have rights. Which is another way to say injustice and people's rights getting violated. Individuals are the only ones who can legitimately determine their own course in life. And individuals are the only ones who can legitimately earn wealth from their labor because they're the only ones who own their own bodies. There's no way for a group to successfully dictate to individuals better than the individuals themselves how those individuals should make their choices and spend their money and stuff like that, Well, I know it's not real-time information, but we can still see the process evolve over time. So it's not like we see a single snapshot of 1,000,000 years ago and are drawing conclusions based on that. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's on a long delay, it's still the same information. It may be distorted somewhat by time and space, but um, it's the best explanations that we have for the phenomenon that we see. And they are good explanations. They're not like bulletproof, but they're a billion times better than anything evolution offers. I mean, we're describing physical forces like we know that, for example, planets can run into each other. There's been plenty of evidence that that kind of thing can happen. There's evidence of meteors striking the Earth. There's evidence of meteors striking the moon. We periodically see things strike other things, like meteor falling into Jupiter or whatever. Um, it the explanations for why, say, Saturn has rings make good sense. You can test them if you do the math, if you know the math well enough. It's like you can say, okay, well, if in fact this were ripped apart by gravity, um, yeah, why wouldn't it fall all the way into the planet? And you can do the math and see, oh yeah, in fact, at this distance, it mathematically turns into an orbit. It's like those are good, powerful reasons to believe those explanations. Well, they're theories, but so they're not entirely proven in the sense that um, they're on a scale that we can't prove in conventional ways, right? We're talking about things that are way more massive than anything on our scale. And we're talking about physical forces, not biological forces. Very different order of thing there, right? So, they're, they're explanations that we can check against our understandings of physics stuff. We can check against gravitation. We can check against, yeah. It's like when astrophysicists say it appears that there's another planet in the system here, and it's probably located here. They do so by detecting a wobble in this planet that they can see with their telescope, and then they determine how frequently it occurs in its orbit. This is, let's say, in another solar system than ours, right? And then they'll determine that this wobble suggests that there's a planet over here that's causing this distortion in the orbit at this spot, and it must have its orbit of this because of the frequency of the wobbles and shit like that. Those are good explanations. Those are very good explanations. They begin with observational data, they explain it mathematically, and they prove it mathematically. I don't necessarily need to see all the math to understand the way that astrophysicists work, you know? So the thing is, astronomy is an area where we've done some of our best work as a species in history from way, way back when. Mapping the stars to explaining things, to distinguishing planets from stars early on, even though, you know, the average observer, what's the big difference? As far as I can see, it's like, oh, those ones are bigger, okay. They, at some point, humanity got a heliocentric um, universe into its correct purview, like obviously Christianity held us into a geocentric worldview for some stretch of time, but we figured it out. It's the right explanation. The point is, astronomical explanations are consistently very reliable because you know the mechanisms by which they're operating. When astronomers make explanations, they do so because they start with observed data and what they know already about gravitational fields, blah, 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 orbits, stuff like that. Stuff that's long, well established with our local shit, you know? So there are, for some of the more distantly observed things like supernovas or black holes, um, those theories have less robust math scaffolding because they're more exotic kinds of events that we don't have parallels to in our own solar system, and so the explanation is going to be less stout. But nevertheless, they're way more stout than anything evolution has to offer. Yeah, I mean, it's like this idea of the Big Bang and the explanation that the reason nothing happened before the Big Bang is because time didn't exist until the Big Bang. Is such a cop out of an explanation, right? If the Big Bang is the beginning of things, then obviously there's nothing that happened before it definitionally, right? But the fact that the Big Bang occurred at all suggests that there was some causality there, right? So if you're going to say, well, time didn't exist until the Big Bang, well, then did causality also not exist until the Big Bang? And if so, what caused it? you know, how was it? How did it occur then? Because the only mechanism we understand for things occurring at all is out of a fabric of time in which things have already occurred, right? So it's an intellectual cop out to simply say the Big Bang is when time, space, causality, and everything began, and that's why definitionally we're excused from answering any questions about what happened before it or why it happened. It's it's that's a bullshit answer. So I'm not disputing the Big Bang happened, or I'm not making any arguments about that. It's like if if that's what the data shows, there was a Big Bang at some point, fine, then that's what the data shows. There was a Big Bang at some point, I guess. But the thing is, that does not answer any meaningful questions for me. Like, if you don't have an explanation of why there was a Big Bang, how there was a Big Bang, or what predicated this Big Bang, then you're not answering a fundamental cosmological question. You're answering a lower, you might say a higher level question, but it's a less significant level question. You think we live in a determinist universe, or do we have free will? We definitely have free will. I mean, the answer to that question is straightforward. We definitely do not live in a determinist universe. We definitely do have free will. And the reason we know we have free will is because if we did have free will, we'd have conditionality in which we can consider possibilities, and we'd have causality where once we've made a choice, we're stuck with it. Once we acted out a decision. We have both those things. That's exactly what free will would look like. It would never look like anything else other than that. And you can't conceive of any criteria that can meaningfully establish what comprises free will other than those. So yes, of course we have free will. Now, how much is an individual responsible for determining their course of action because of their choices? That's a much more complicated question and a much more challenging one to answer. I certainly don't feel like I'm driving my personal boat very much. I seem to be subject to my moods and whims and happenstance events and meow, meow, meow. In contrast, I bet that my dad always felt like he was captaining his boat as an ESTJ. So I know my dad believed in free will and behaved as though he was there to embrace it. The cause must be outside of space, time, and matter. Also, it must be uncreated. Otherwise, it's just infinite regress where the beginning moves back a step. Yeah, well, there's this idea that it's a cyclical, continual bang, crunch, bang, crunch, bang, crunch, and and that's just what the universe is, and there's no explanation for why it's that way. But yeah, in that case, there's not any beginning or end. It's just an endless succession of big bangs and big crunches and big bangs and big crunches. It takes places over trillions and trillions of years, which is a lot of years. It's a lot of years. Forever, and that's an awful long time, as Prince said in a song or something like that. Right. Well, I mean, if you want to check to see if you have free will, get up and do some random thing right now that you choose to do. I'm gonna bang my hand into this thing. Now I'm gonna pick up this thing. If I didn't choose to do those things freely, then what compelled me? Well, a determinist would say, well, it was a product of you reading that thing and then wanting to explain with a demonstration. Well, okay, sure, but um, nevertheless, the other way we know it's free will is we can imagine a circumstance in which I didn't have free will. In other words, even though Ruben said that thing that prompted me to think that thing, somebody was standing here and had me at gunpoint telling me to be quiet. In which case, I would not exercise my free will. I wouldn't say what I wanted to say. I wouldn't get that thing. I wouldn't meow, meow, meow. So, in that sense of free will, we can clearly distinguish between will that is coerced and will that is uncoerced. Nobody would dispute that there's a distinction between being forced to do something and not being and doing it of your own choice. So it's kind of a weird question to even ask. It's like, is it determined that we have free will? We have free will, we just don't use it very often, what it boils down to. Most of the time, we're comfortable writing out our our expectations. We're comfortable writing the path in which our expectations and realities align, which meets the prime directive. And what that means is, to the extent that we can comfortably be us, um, we can predictably expect ourselves to continue to do so and go on autopilot. There are times in your life when you have to make serious decisions and you have to reflect hard on it. Like if you're on a jury or something, and I feel as though my capacity for free will has grown immensely as I've aged and become more reflective and less dismissive about the significance of important things in my behavior to the world, not necessarily my rhetoric, but a lot of that's fairly recent growth too. It's not like I've slowly learned over the course of my 51 years. It's more like I kind of started to understand things about 5, 6 years ago, sort of, and I finally got with Rachel, and then now we can finally just live our lives. And okay, hmm. Why are vegans wrong? Well, I mean, it depends why they're vegans. If they're vegans because they don't want to be cruel to animals, they're wrong because there's nothing cruel about eating cheese from a cow inherently or milk from a cow, although it depends how it's farmed. You might argue that certain dairy farming practices are cruel, but one can conceive of certainly cruelty-free eggs and milk. Like some of our neighbors, I've seen a couple of signs that say farm fresh eggs for sale. They've got chickens. They got more eggs than they know what to do. They'll sell them to you if you go to their house. I guess Um, those eggs are by chickens who live in a lovely little yard with a lovely coop and are, I'm sure, very happy chickens. They're not industrially farmed chicken eggs, right? So there's nothing wrong with eating those kinds of things if your problem is cruelty to animals. So that would be a wrong reason. You'd be wrong to be vegan if that was your reason to be vegan. If your reason to be vegan is that it's healthier, well, that's just wrong because you're excluding all these protein sources that are, even in the most skeptical analysis, good in at least small quantities for you as you get a more complete diet. Um, so that's just silly. Uh, Now, if the other thing is, if you're worried about cruelty to animals or killing animals, then just become a vegetarian. There's no reason to become a vegan. Is it immoral to eat animal meat? Uh, no, but it probably is to eat animals that aren't farmed for us to eat. Pigs, cows, chickens, farmed fishes are fine to eat. Like pigs, cows, and chickens would not exist if we did not eat them. And it's probably bad to eat wild caught animals unless you're hunting yourself. And like, these guys up here who were hunting turkeys the other day, they shoot a turkey, take it home, eat it, no problem, because they're, they're, there's very little hunting going on, and um, they're going to be responsible about hunting, etc. You know, in that case, nothing wrong with eating for them eating this wild turkey that they've hunted themselves. But if you're eating like shit like swordfish, which I like, but I can't bring myself to eat it anymore. That's bad, you know. It's just, it's like disrespectful to the world, like eating whale or something. But come on. So I try not to eat any wild caught fish. But, I will get Atlantic cod fish and chips. Usually they say Atlantic cod. I'm assuming that's wild cod, but hopefully in a sustainable fishery. I don't know. You know, I don't really like any other kind of fish except for fish and chips and swordfish, which, like I said, lobsters I think are fine to eat because they're just like gross ocean bugs. They're not beautiful like swordfish, so it's fine to eat those. Mass-produced milk certainly is horrible. Well, I don't know. I don't want to hear any stories about animal cruelty and stuff. It makes me too sad. But I do know that I would like my stuff to be animal kind. You know, I think I'll probably even make a point of like if I buy eggs, making sure I buy cruelty-free eggs and. But you can't avoid it entirely. You're gonna get cheese, where they get the milk from it. You're gonna. It's like it's not my responsibility isn't to not be cruel to the animals. That's the producer's responsibility. As a consumer, I may be supporting their bad habits, but I'm not responsible for them. They are. They need to change those habits, even if the price of my milk goes up. It's unacceptable for them to have any kind of cruel practices or inhumane conditions for animals, and they need to stop that. But it's also their problem, not mine. Look, lobsters and crabs are boiled alive, but they're put into already boiling water, so it doesn't take very long for them to die. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, insist that every creature that gets killed by a guillotine? Hi, Silent. Hush. It's silent. Shh. How am I awake? I'm using my wakeful eyes. Well, they're lobsters and crabs. They're gonna get boiled. That's fine. You just gotta, look, when it comes to animals, you just gotta accept that some of them deserve to die, like mosquitoes and flies and stuff. Some of them are precious family members.
like this cat. Some of them are food, like pigs and cows. And some of them are nature's wonder that we should leave alone, like bears and swordfish. That's just how it is. It doesn't make any sense, but it's just how it is. Some things we can boil alive, like lobsters and crabs. Most other things, that's not okay. You can also do it with crayfish. That's perfectly fine. Um, but most other animals, it's not okay to boil them alive. That's also Rachel's favorite food to eat. It's just how shit is, right? Like, as humanity becomes more civilized over time, hopefully, I suspect that people will begin eating fewer animals, but not necessarily less animal. So I I think that we should only eat farm animals. That's what they're for, really. You know, we should leave all the wild animals alone in an ideal world. You know, but we're some distance away from that right now. R.I.P. Lulu. Yeah, we buried him though. At least we had a chance to give him a burial. We had a funeral for him. Mosquitoes were God's biggest mistakes. Oh well, I think ticks are up there. I think ticks are even worse than, well, I don't know. Which would you rather have? A bunch of ticks on you or a bunch of mosquito bites? I think I'd choose the mosquitoes. Who wants a tick on their scrotum? Mm-mm. No, thank you, ma'am. I do not want a tick on my scrotum. Well, I mean, ticks carry Lyme's disease, so depends on the country you're in. Okay. Although mosquitoes are carriers of yellow fever, dengue fever, and Japanese encephalitis, there is no evidence that mosquitoes can transmit HIV. I don't know. I think ticks are worse than mosquitoes. I'm gonna say if I had to be in a swamp that was infested with one of those two things, I'd choose mosquitoes over ticks. Leeches would be gross, but are not as bad as ticks. Oh, that's good advice in case I'm ever covered in leeches. Kermit's Pimple just say, just let them drink their fill. They'll be fine in a second. Once they're full, they just fall right off. They'll be all shriveled. I have almost no blood left. That's how people with no blood left sound. Yeah. So I think most people would agree with me. They'd rather be in a swamp infested with mosquitoes than in a swamp infested with ticks. If they were naked, assuming they're naked. I always picture people in the wilderness now naked because I watch so much Naked and Afraid. I'm assuming that. quarantined. I'm sure they're just killed. I'm sure they're just destroyed. So they put the leeches to go live in their own quarantined leech area. We're sequestering these leeches. Can't we just throw them away? Yeah, okay, let's just throw them away. I guess we don't need to keep them after all. How many millions of dollars have we spent sequestering leeches? Well, we put them up at the nicest hotel we could find. Why? Because they have AIDS. Oh, so we don't want to be accused of discriminating. So we had to give them the same hotel that the OJ jurors got. God damn. This is really breaking the county's budget. Okay. Now I've got everything I need. I've got a hat. I've got my need. I got my cigarette. Indeed. I'm ready to go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that sounds like, yeah. Sounds like the script to a South Park episode. What? What does? Oh, I mean the leech is getting sequestered at a hotel because they got AIDS and they don't want to be discriminated against. Yeah, it does. That would be a good South Park episode. Well, it's getting late. I suppose I'll probably wrap things up for too long. I reckon. Suppose. I half reckon and I half suppose. I just do this thing that I hate doing. I hate it when my cigarette sticks to your lip like that and it pulls a little piece of skin off of your lip. That's the worst. That's why you should always lick your lips a little bit before you smoke a cigarette. But I got such cotton mouth right now. It's like, my spit might as well be thick sand. I'm not talking about thin sand. That wouldn't be that bad, but thick sand. And you know what they say, thick sand is quicksand. You will sink in it. Just like my little wilderness car today. I had troubles on this little downhill road that we have to go down to the shed. It's very steep. It's dirt, and the ground was wet. And I was backing down that hill, and all of a sudden, like, I started to lose traction. Like, I started sliding without the wheels turning, I was like, uh-oh, this is sketch. So I put it in low and tried to go up the hill, and I was spinning out. And I was like, oh shit, I don't want to get stuck down here. I put it in 4-wheel drive and managed to get up the hill. I thought, okay, I'm going to have to drive down that hill after it's dried out a little bit. I only got half of the wood. Okay, I'll see that thing you said in a second. I'm going to go back inside. I only got like half of the woods from the back of the car down where it's supposed to go. It would so much easier to just drive down there, and the little car has a kind of back part that goes like this. It tilts up, so you could just let all the logs fall out, you know. I tried to take them down with this little rolly cart, and it was so hard. Okay, that was exhausting. Enough of this for today, you know. I didn't know the little wilderness car had that back. I still haven't seen it actually do it, but Cameron told me it does that. So I figured I'd get it down there and figure out how to do it at that point, but maybe I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. Who knows? Sunset driving. What's a typing session? Okay, well, to get a typing session with me, what you do is PayPal me $100, and then I will get an email from PayPal saying you've received money. Then I will email you saying, what time do you want to do this? What day and time do you want to do this? And then you tell me that, and then I'll send you a calendar link with that typing session and a Google Meet link, and then that's how it works. At least therapy would. I mean, if the money's a problem for you, sunset driving, then I can maybe do something about that. Depends when you want to do it, etc. You think you're an ENFJ? Okay, well, we can find out. Do you want to do it right now? I could do it right now. If you feel like doing it right now. I could end this stream, type you. No, not a live one. That's too hard to set up. I just type them regular. It's too hard to set up.
Well, sunset driving. Thoughts? I don't type pets. I type my own pets, but I don't type other people's pets. I'd have to know them for too long. First of all, I can't interpret their meows and barks well enough when I ask them TI questions. Does that mean yes or no? Meow. Oh, look at my princess. She's a kitty, princess time. She's a pretty princess prime. She's my kitty, yes, she's mine. And her name is Capillo. Oh, wonderful, wonderful kitty. You're having a wonderful time. A wonderful time is being had by all. Well, I guess sunset driving is not going to be responsive at the moment to my suggestion. So we'll put away that possibility for this evening. And I will get a beverage. Because I don't know if you know what this is, but I'm something they like to call thirsty. No, not in the colloquial sense young people say it. Meaning they're lustful. No, I mean it in the classical sense of the word. Which I need to parch my thirst. What's the best choice when you're going for a drink to parch your thirst? Arizona tea, Arnold Palmer's, half and halves. These things are thirst quenching mega thrust. I think it's fair to call it that. Chef Shaw saying that Boba Fett's tea is so evident. Like, it would be great if he would give an example of that. No, I'm not going to give you any examples of anything. That man is a silly goose. I'll tell you. He said Boba Fett's not an INFJ. He's got way too much TE. Something like that. Like, what could you possibly point to that Boba Fett has said that would indicate to you TE? Nothing I see that he says indicates TE. I wonder what he's queuing on. Of course, he'll never answer those questions because he doesn't really believe what he's saying. He's just wanting to, once again, position himself as knowing better than Eric about something. Which would be fine if he did.
T in me. You know what? Polar is not really the blindest of them. Eighth slot's really the blindest of the functions. It's just Polar's less effective at what it's supposed to be doing than eighth slot is, you know. I think we have more conscious awareness of our seventh slot function than our eighth by a fairly large margin. It is, after all, an absolute value. I had a good example earlier today of a bad TE. What was it? Where I did something first that I had to do that turned out to be like wasted effort because I had to go. Man. I don't remember what it was exactly. It's like I notice frequently when my TE is bad. I don't really notice it in other contexts. Like, you know, my plan today to drive a little car down there and then I'll just figure out how to make this thing tilt. Can't be that hard to figure out. Well, maybe it would have been very hard to figure out. Yeah, I would not have been able to make it tilt, especially since it was full of logs already and whatever cues it might have to how to operate it. Um, wouldn't be visible to me. At the very least, it would have made the most sense for me to figure out how to tilt it before I fill it with logs and drive it down there on the presumption that I'm going to be able to figure out how to tilt it then, right? That's bad TE. But it's also just inherent in my, partially in my eighth slot SE. Like, I feel like working on this thing now. And I just start doing stuff. I don't do the TE needs to be done ahead of time, you know? How does polar work even? Do you suddenly fall off a cliff from TE 6 to 7? No, it's I mean, the thing about 6 and 7 is they're two functions on the same axis. So one of them you get how you're shitty at. The other one you value and you have to, it's only through cognitive functions that you can get that you're shitty at it. You know, it's like people have a tendency to countervalue stuff that um, that they don't consciously attend with. So the instinct of a TI tool user is going to be to countervalue feelings as subjective nonsense, blah, 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 blah. While at the same time, actually being quite somewhat sensitive, but also susceptible to not respecting their own feelings and not knowing what's important to them and um, making terrible relationship choices and you know, especially if you're young, like ENFPs can allow boundaries to be crossed that are ridiculous because, you know, some
somebody else is winning the FE battle. Um, no, it's not useless. It's quite effective, actually, but it's just not something you consciously can use, really. So, the thing about 8 is I generally get everything done that I have to get done, and I'm not I'm not bad at impacts, really. Um, but it just seems to happen sometimes. It's like I'll be fretting about consciously fretting about how I'm not doing a task for a long time, and then all of a sudden I'll find myself doing it, and I have no idea how or why I started doing it right then exactly. Like, why did I go get the logs today? Well, I just felt like it, and I just started doing it. I don't know, you know. I've had plenty of other opportunities to get the logs. I just didn't do it. It's been kind of bugging me that I haven't gotten them. I've got these other things that are weighing on me that I got to do, but at least then like today, I responded to the Giggle Fiber thing and emailed them uncharacteristically for me to deal with something like that, but it just happened. I don't know how. Yeah, it's autopilot. It's from your own perspective of your dominant function, it's perfectly balanced. You've got just the right amount of it. But from the world's perspective, you're going to be strangely unconscious about it. So that reflects in how, when I ask Rachel, like, well, how are you feeling? How has the feeling changed recently in your neuropathy, if at all? I'm thinking recently in terms of like today. And she says something in response like, well, on Tuesday I noticed I could do this and I wasn't able to do that before. Which is very unconscious SI. She remembers this occasion when she had an external thing that informed her about her own body in an objective way, rather than having direct conscious attention to it. But Rachel's good with her SI in the sense that um, she she's not really subject to getting hangry. She um like she's not fussy about her SI shit, really. She's but of course this is the other thing. Until you push it too hard, then it gets very fussy. Just like me and SE. Um it'll autopilot me through lots of SE shit given the context, right? So it's like, oh, we're at this job now. All of a sudden, and I'm supposed to do a bunch of shit. I just do all that shit, no problem. Blah 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 blah. Right? Um, because contextually, it makes it easy to do, especially if it's a lot of different things to do. Right? No problem. But if I'm like standing behind the counter and I'm like there by myself. I'm supposed to like clean over here every night at 12. That gets old fast, right? But I don't know what the point is. I'm saying Uh, SE is, for me, it's pretty tough. It can You can demand a fair amount of SE out of me without me getting too fussy about it. But if you cross a line beyond which I'm being asked to do too much, do too many things, then I'll freak out. Same with Rachel and her SI. You know, it's also the case for the fourth slot, but in a conscious way, that we know we have limited amount of capacity, and it's important to protect our our self in that area, but are also bad at doing so. So, you know, it's the hardest one to get around. You never know if ace will fail. FI eighth, I mean, it's like an ISTP's relationship with FI. Their own feelings matter to them, and they shit on other people's feelings as irrational and subjective. Like, I do things when I feel like it. When other people tell me what to do, I'm like, fuck off. Rachel can't stand being SI managed at all. Like, you should finish all your food is something that just is abhorrent to her. It's like she doesn't like being policed about any of that sort of stuff. Except, of course, in pre-intercourse hygiene, in which case I generally can't trust her to wash herself. You know, I have to take charge. SE polar. It's worse for SE polar by far. Because SE third means it's an absolute value scorecard thing for you to follow through on things and complete them. So, you know, that lends SE third people to project based stuff, right? Rather than a steady 9 to 5 job that continues to be routine. They probably wouldn't like that for very long. They need to be, for it to resonate with their absolute values, they need to be attaining completions and impacts in what they're doing. But in accomplishing, but they can accomplish fairly long range projects that involve maintaining consistency over periods of months at a time, as long as it's a finite project that has concrete outcomes and it ends at some point, you know? I think they'd be very good at that. SE Polar, on the other hand, is not good at anything remotely close to following through consistently about something that requires ongoing maintenance. It's nearly impossible unless there's a lot of external forces requiring it to happen, like, you know, a lot of FE stuff.
Eighth is pretty much the fuck off function. I've called it various names before. I've called it the defensive function, the balanced function, because from your perspective of the dominant is it's perfectly balanced. I've called it defensive because people tend to get defensive when questioned about their abilities there. Um, and I've called it the autopilot function. Your it's basically your most unconscious function and your second most effective unconscious function after five. Five's quite effective. It's why my dad always won all the arguments. He eliminated vectors that he couldn't win. So, and he didn't argue any arguments that I could win. So that's like showing how effective TI5 can be. Because I'm much more TI than my father could ever dream of being, and yet he nevertheless always won our arguments because he wouldn't argue about anything that required him to take a stance that he clearly articulated and affirmed, because he just sort of liked to talk about the ideas without really affirming and negating things. Anti-polar, Um, so yeah, pretty effective. Just like my NI is pretty effective. It's what's responsible for me being right about things, even though I'm not really conscious that that's happening at all. I just think, yeah, that seems like yeah, and I don't really recognize it as intuition in the NI sense of the word. It just seems like another possibility, like the rest of my NE. It's just, oh, that one is the only one I say, and it's right. So that's what like strong unconscious NI is like. Is I mistake it for just another piece of NE. But I can recognize it much more effectively now than I ever could before, because being the type I am and having my um, experience with cognitive functions and typing people and stuff, I apply that to my own daily affairs. I make note of things that indicate meow, 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 meow. Often I'll talk about them later on here. So, TI informing NE versus NE feeding into TI. Well, why wouldn't you use the same verb in both instances? It's the same. I'm trying to make an analogy between 1, 2. Is it because it's a perceiving function? Okay. Feeding into TI. See, the thing is, you're placing TI in the subject position in both sides of this. Because feeding into, yeah. Well, I don't know. The thing is, it's not TI informing any. It's any operating under a TI frame. And versus TI operating under an NE frame. TI operating under an NE frame is instrumental to ideation. It's not an end in itself. It's a necessary prerequisite to something being correct. And the purpose of using ideation is to be correct. Fifth slot in I. Be true. But the TI is instrumental to that, necessary precondition to that, but not an end in itself. In contrast with INTPs, TI correctness is the absolute value, and ideation operates only instrumentally, only for the purposes of being correct. But correct is validated in the fifth slot by utility, TE, not by truth, which they countervalue in the sixth slot. So, yeah. It explains why I'm better typological thinker than most INTPs. It's because I value the truth as an absolute value. I see logic as instrumental, namely a necessary prerequisite to being correct, but not inclusive of being correct. And ideation, good ideation, is my dominant nature and also my absolute value. So naturally, I'm stack-wise more well suited to be correct about something like this, which is not an established case that needs negating, where an INTP would be better equipped than I, stack-wise. You can't discount the SI experience that defines NTPs. What their SI experience comprises will also be a significant factor. So I've got a lot of experience in the field of critical analysis, critical thinking. So there's that as well. But the point is, INTPs are the best at looking at established shit and seeing if it holds muster, stack-wise. INTPs are better at doing what I'm doing with cognitive functions, presenting a defensible case stack-wise, because they want to affirm, whereas INTPs are most comfortable negating because they're TI DOMs. I mean, I for a long time was most comfortable negating as well, but ultimately I want to affirm the truth. Ultimately, INTPs want to negate the bullshit. So, I mean, those are both noble pursuits.
equally noble pursuits. I don't mean, I know that sounded like Ian's bees are better. Those are equally noble pursuits. They're they're tailor made to negate the bullshit. And with the right SI, an ENGP can be tailor made to affirm the truth. That sixth slot NI makes INTPs very hesitant to affirm. It's always safer to negate, generally. You can negate with a lot of different strategies that are broad or generic that can be effective. You can attack it on its minutia. You can appeal to vagueness. You can do all kinds of different things with negating. Even a strong case uh, is not indefensible against a strong negation. A bulletproof case is, but that's the thing. What we have with cognitive functions is I have here a very strong case, but not a bulletproof one because there's too many things that are not empirically established with adequate, with any kind of academic robustness, like with any kind of rigor. So what I'm saying is based on my observations as a typologist over the years, doing a bunch of typing sessions and etc. It's a good reason to put weight into what I'm saying, but it's not the sort of evidence that comprises a case that withstands vigorous scrutiny. Cognitive functions has had such a strange effect on how I view myself in the world. I don't know yet whether it's been a net good for me. That's something I can really know, I guess. Yeah, well, negating is easier um, because the AF has the burden to affirm, so tie goes to the neg. If the AF and the AF and neg are a wash in any way, in net total, then the neg wins. We default to the neg. The neg has the ability to directly respond to what the AF says. They have the ability to make their own negationary arguments against what the AF's resolution is or plan is. They have the capacity to point out disadvantages, and they have the capacity to run counter plans. They have the capacity to run critiques. AFs now try to run critiques too, but it doesn't make any sense for AF to run a critique. Unless it's a discourse K on something said in and around by neg. Anyway. Neg has a lot of structural advantages due to the fact that the AF is proposing that some change to the status quo be taken. So the neg should have structural advantages because you don't want to undertake change to the status quo unless it's well established that your course of action is advised. You've got to establish that there's a problem in the status quo that requires some kind of action. So if there's no problem, why are we taking action? Well, then it might be because we want to get some sort of gain. In that case, you're talking about commercial endeavors usually, like we're taking action because we want to make money. Is a different sort of calculus, or at that point you use a different kind of analysis to determine what course of action to take than the kind I'm talking about, right? But but for advocacies in most rhetorical spaces that are either policy advocacies about how the government should do things differently or something like that, or philosophical advocacies like what's right or wrong or moral or immoral. Those kind of those kind of advocacies, um, negating has inherent structural advantages because they have that burden to affirm. One shouldn't go walking around trying to conform to whatever cardinal function stack they may have figured to themselves. Well, I mean, some people may try to do that, but it's a silly notion to even consider trying to do that. You know, it's like, I don't know. That's a very NI idea. As an SI person, I'm Eric, built on my experiences primarily, and I notice certain things as examples of paying attention in certain ways and keep track of them with my SI. But it would never even occur to me to try to behave like my cognitive function stack. I can't conceive of behaving. I mean, I could act like another cognitive function stack for short periods of time, maybe, but imitating them, acting is a separate thing than uh, trying to be a different person or something. I see how that negating part on IHPs relates to SI absolute value. I'm a bit delayed on this train. I can see a variety of ways in which that would link as well. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'm getting tired now. I think I'm gonna pull a bong rip, drink a little bit of tea. Annoyingly useless. That sounds like some absolute value TE there over on him. You're supposed to be cool, okay? You're not factoring in how cool it is over there. Cause like now you understand things and other people don't understand them. So you understand them better. So that means that you're better than them. Okay? That makes you like 10 times more cool. I can't believe Oliver Linehan forgot about the cool factor. You can be like, you puggers don't even know anything. I know with my eyes. You have cognitive functions. You need to stop it right now. That's my imitation of Oliver Linehan at a cafeteria downtown, approaching a couple of people at a table abruptly after listening to their conversation for about 5 minutes from a nearby booth.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to be cool. It's a good way to fail at being cool. You know, I don't really think about them when dealing with other people that much. I can't help but notice things. Sometimes it'll pop to my attention. But by and large, I'm not going through life walking into place going like, what type is this person? By the way, what about ENTJs when it comes to the relationship between valuing thinking and intuition? They absolutely value TE and TI too, like INTPs. How do those two types differ in theory? Well, they're mirrored, you know. So whereas ENTJs have FE third, SE third, where it leads to lots of accomplishment, INTPs have SE polar, where it leads to being stuck. Whereas ENTJs have TE conscious, which causes them to consciously frame everything in terms of goals and outcomes. INTPs have TI conscious, which means they're constantly framing things in terms of what's correct. So that's how those two types differ in their absolute value expressions. You know, because ENTJs be like, nah, and INTPs be like, fuck that, nah. And then ENTJs be like, no. And then they're like, oh shit, we got a Mexican standoff. And then they go like this for a while until they slowly back away and each leave their separate routes. Hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Words have been said, words have been spoken. My name is Red. I'm from Hoboken. I believe I was going to pull a bowl, and then I got distracted by some words up on the screen. Well, I mean, credit your own NI for being right about my NI, or NE, you know? Because that's pretty damn good NI for an ISFJ. All right, tell you what, Rofet, I'm going to transubstantiate this next one to you. Yeah, outsourcing TE is called FE. I hereby transubstantiate this bomber for Boba Fett. A little pumester. I don't want you to get a pumester, so I'm going to give you a fresh bomber, Boba Fett. I feel like you got cheated out of a good bomber for that one. That's not fair of me. And I want everybody to think I'm fair. That's FE third, TI second. I want everybody to think I'm fair. There we go. You can feel that one in the back of your frontal lobe, which is called your front backal lobe. Whoa! Don't be dropping torches on the ground. It's an important lesson. Don't be dropping torches on the ground. So like I saw this advertisement. Don't approach downed power lines. Assume they're filled with electricity. Don't touch anything near them. Don't go near them at all. Just call 911. Or maybe it was call PG&E. I don't know. But you know, when we had some lines down in the street, it was pretty obvious there wasn't any electricity going through them. It wasn't a power line, actually. It was a tension wire or something like that. So, I'm going to admit it. I touched it. And I was right. There was no electricity inside of it. So I guess I disobeyed that advertisement before I saw it. I wonder if I can retroactively get some sort of like exemption thing, you know. Do a series of when XXXXX types goes bad, angry, evil, rotten. That's a good idea, Boba Fett. That's a good idea. Yes, it is. That's a good idea. Yes, it is. One thing you can be sure of is that in most online communities that talk about typology, at least half of the people who say they're meh type are not that type. When the levee breaks, got no yeah. Yeah, I'm tired. I should go to bed. It's 2:40 in the morning. What does he think he is? Does he think he's a poop face? Does he think he's an architect? Be a man and man the streaming post. I have a few more minutes in me. But not a lot. unfortunately, you caught me in a moment where I'm transforming from my manly side to my womanly side. Major CJ is still MIA. That stands for missing in action. Rachel and I watched tonight the movie Tropic Thunder. We watched the uncut director's edition. And it was hilarious. I must say, that is such a smart film. Really good movie. I don't remember the last time I saw it, but it felt fresh to me watching it this time. I didn't really remember it that well. And I really enjoyed it. It was hilarious. When they reveal themselves to be unprincipled grifters, it really rubs me the wrong way. There are so many ways in which one could help large numbers of people with the platform, but so many choose to sell bullshit. Well, I'm not selling bullshit. When I type somebody, I take the job seriously, try to do a good job. And, like, what's his name was here earlier? Show Media. He's friends with this lady I typed today. And he had a bet that I would type her as ISFJ. And she said that she was INFP. And I didn't know about this until after I typed her ISFJ. I know she informed me she had a bet with her friend, but not the specifics of it. I said, I think you're an ISFJ who thinks she's an INFJ. And she said, no, I think I'm an INFP. And I did a couple more checks. I was like, no, you're definitely not an INFP. Anyway, so that was interesting. There's recent controversy over Tropic Thunder? Really? Such a funny movie. What's dead giveaways for types? I mean, there aren't many you can rely on at all, you know. The SI poor tests are pretty, you can get pretty dramatic results checking SI questions. I've been fond lately of asking people to tell me their favorite moment on a vacation, see how they answer. I asked a couple variations of that question to this lady before I got straight up textbook SI answer, but I continue to like gently prod around looking for SI versus NI in, I guess you might say, subtle ways rather than explicit ways. And I started just getting SI off the charts. My Geiger counter for SI was going. So, now it's possible you might get high readings from SI third. So the SI part is not inconsistent with INFP, but she was as FE as the day is young. And the day is very young. It's only 2:43 in the morning. It's a young day. I have enough SI data on you to feel confident you aren't bullshitting while you passed all the tests I use. I stuck around here with 3 years and took 3 months. Well, that's nice to hear all over line hand. I appreciate it. I'm at least trying. You know, I'm trying to not bullshit. It's not like I have to try to not bullshit, but what I'm saying is I'm explicitly trying not to bullshit. I guess that's not really a big difference. I wonder what that says about me. Needle lip roller, stab him in the dome. I mean, what's your goal? To annoy somebody? You should, well, I mean, if you want to attack them and get away with it and be successful, you should hit them in their polar. That's why it's called the place of least resistance. Socionics is not wrong to call it that, and that's why I use the term. What's the utility of SI? It's, it's not. It's not a matter of its utility. It's a matter of the fact that it's the experiential knowledge function. It's a way of knowing the world other than intuition. It's the alternative way to knowing the world besides intuition. And, it's my conscious knowledge function. But 4-5, there's a weird kind of mutual fluency. So, like ESTPs can answer SI questions if you prod them in great amount of detail. So, like I keep track of lots of things about stuff that's happened before that I wish I didn't keep track of. Lots of bad memories or cringy moments that I wish I didn't have in my head. They just cause me shame shivers. Lauren Cuthbert. Lauren Cuthbert. Lauren Cuthbert. Lauren Cuthbert. What a surprise it is to see you here tonight. What a delight. What a shockingly delightful surprise. It's Lauren Cuthbert, everyone. Please take a moment to shake her hand as she enters the room. You know what's difficult to think of is a good rhyme for Lauren Cuthbert. Florida's dirt? Florida's dirt? That's pretty good. Lauren Cuthbert. Florida's dirt. But only if you pronounce it Florida. Yeah. Well, I am, in fact, getting quite tired. I'll go over there and turn off the outside lights. They don't need to still be on. And I'll lock the door like a door locking guy. Okay, so I've locked the door. I'm additionally going to close this shutter. Then I'm going to do something a little bit progressive. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Some people are going to say, Eric, how brazen of you. That's not normal. You can't go to the bathroom while you're live streaming. Other people might say, yeah, Eric, you go ahead and do that. Still, other people might be like, do you have to take us with you? Those people would be right. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Don't worry, you won't be able to see a thing. I promise. There's no way to see anything. Nope, you can't see anything. See? All you can see is my arm in the sky. Hi, it's me. You may remember me from such arms as Eric's. I live at the end of it. My name is Left Hand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I am a left hand. I'm saying hi. Shake, shake, high five, shake. Fist bump, high five, shake. Those are all the things hands like to do. Yeah. Hi, Kitty. Mr. Man Kitty likes to sit with me every time I go to the bathroom. Oh, Mr. Man, you're yawning. It's because it's the middle of the night. Yes, it is. It's almost 3 in the morning, Trouble. What do you think you're doing right now? You just got up bed. Okay, fine. Don't listen to me. Don't blame me if you're cranky in the morning. Well, I told you not to drink those Bloody Marys. But you meowed ferociously at me. And you said, don't tell me what to do. I said, okay, okay. You're making them strong, too. Okay, I won't pet you then. Yes, Daddy knows. Oh, yes. Daddy knows and Daddy knows. Yes. It's true. You are a very good kitty. Yes. You are a hero to the people. to all of the people. Okay, well, goodbye. I guess trouble, tired of my accolades. We all tire sometimes. It's important to get enough rest. Sleeping is always time well spent. And other aphorisms comprise Eric's latest book. The sentences I say. Eating fruit doesn't hurt. Just have like 100 such sentences with underneath them it says analyze and have the space for people to write things. That'd be funny. That'd be a funny book. Just 100 bland sentences. Instructions. The general instructions. Analyze. That's good stuff. That would be a funny book. People would buy it and write shit in there. Be like, oh yeah, this is great. It could be called 100 bland sentences. I do not have a WikiFeet page. What's that? I don't even know what that is. I'm up late and I'm about to go to bed. I just keep getting dragged back in to say more things by the momentum of life. A WikiFeet page? Is it about my feet? No, I wasn't pooping. I just peed. That's all. It just took a long time. Okay. I'm tired. I've got to go to bed. So I'm going to end this stream now. Good night. I love you all. Good luck. And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.